Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 370, Hiring You. Think about your wife, my brother. If you have a lot of feminine scent on you, I think your little brother should be more careful, Wu said, and looked at the black man's lower body strangely, and then continued, have you watched the news recently? A man was having sex with his wife, and his little brother broke his wife. Imagine the feeling of being firm, and then being broken again. The black man suddenly looked a little scared. Brother, are you kidding me? Go watch the news yourself. I don't talk about that. Zhou didn't know what nonsense they were talking about. He walked forward a few steps and came to the old lady. Master. The old lady looked at Zhou and found that he had changed a little. Well, just come. That little girl is your daughter, right? The old lady patted Zhou shoulder and pointed at Niu and said to him, well, the little girl looks so much like me, I don't need to say more to know that she is mine. Zhou touched the back of his head and said. Then he talked to Niu, waving his hand while talking. Niu, come and meet Grandma Yang. Hey, here I come. The little girl stopped playing the big-eyed game with Xianshan after hearing what Zhou said and walked towards Zhou. She looked at the old lady timidly, but fortunately, without Zhou's reminder, she called out to the old lady, hello, Grandma. The old lady nodded, touched the child's face, smiled and said, well, you are such a good child. Then, as if she had prepared it in advance, she took out an exquisite bracelet. See if you like this thing. The little girl secretly glanced at it for a few times and nodded and said, well, it's so beautiful. Then Grandma will give it to you, okay? No, Grandpa said that you can't ask for other people's things casually. Niu shook her head, hid behind Zhou and said to the old lady, but no matter what she said, her eyes were still looking at the bracelet in the old lady's hand. Oh, Grandma is not someone else. You call her Grandma, so you should accept the things that Grandma gives you. Do you understand? The old lady said to the little girl. Looking at the slightly serious old lady, Niu asked for help a little nervously from Zhou. It's okay, I dare not refuse the gift from the elder. Just accept this thing, and remember to be good to Grandma in the future, okay? Niu didn't understand what Zhou said before, but she was still very happy to accept this beautiful bracelet. At this time, the old lady also smiled and handed the bracelet to her. Little girl, can you accept it now? Niu's little face suddenly smiled, squinting into a pair of crescents, nodding heavily. Well, thank you Grandma. Then he kissed the old lady who had squatted down. Touching the place where the little girl had kissed, the old lady smiled happily. Your nickname is Niu, right? Yes. This girl's nickname is now called this, but the real name has not been chosen yet. I have to think about this matter carefully. Zhou also nodded and said to the old lady, well, you have to think of a good one. This little girl has suffered a lot in the past few years. You have to treat her better in the future. Then the old lady introduced the people following her to Zhou, and Zhou looked at them one by one. The black man was called Raymond Lincoln, the white man who spoke very little was called Martin Claude Carrant, and the Asian man was Wu Zhiwen. Because it was a bit troublesome for foreigners to call out the name, everyone just called him Wu. Zhou first got to know each of them and looked at them carefully. Wu Zhiwen had a square face with 2 scars on his face. It can be seen that he was a man with a story. His hair was a military-style flathead, and he looked very energetic. His body was also the type of sturdy type, unlike the average Asian. In terms of body shape, there is always a gap compared to Westerners. He looked like someone who grew up eating beef, with bulging muscles. Martin, a white man who doesn't talk like that, has a pair of eagle-like eyes and a hooked nose, and looks a bit like a villain in an American movie. Of course, he looks more like a killer. With his neat and simple clothes, he looks even more like one. However, although his body is not as strong as that of an ordinary person, it still feels a size smaller than the muscular men here at Jaichou. He is similar to Jay Chow in that type, with balanced and streamlined muscle lines. He used to be a sniper in the Italian army. Later, he married an American girl and immigrated to the United States after retiring. However, in this country, the jobs he found could not provide a good life. So he went to the company that was then called Blackwater for an interview and finally successfully entered the mercenary department and became a sniper. To be honest, he is not the kind of person who gets excited when he goes to the battlefield or gets depressed when he leaves the battlefield. He just wants to make more money so that he, his wife and children can live a good life. In his opinion, fighting and killing people are just a job, but this job is considered a high-risk job, and there is no holiday. If you take more leave, the money you earn will obviously not be much. But after working in this job for a long time, he doesn't have anything to worry about. His wife and children will worry about him. This is why he plans to retire and come back to find another job. But if he goes to the bodyguard department of Blackwater, he obviously knows that he can't get to the top and can only be an ordinary bodyguard. And this is not what he wants. Now, in addition to being able to spend more time with his family, the premise is that he can also make money. It's a good opportunity to call and ask his former instructor. She has been in the bodyguard department for so many years. Maybe she has met a rich man or needs a good private security consultant. This is obviously much more free than being a bodyguard. But I didn't expect that she really has a client, and this client is his student and also a newly emerging rich man. So he came to see if he could make this rich man like him and get the job. Black Raymond is also a mercenary. He has been doing this business for quite some time. Who knows that in an accident, someone gave him a child, and that girl is obviously a good candidate for a wife, so he got married. As a black man with a beautiful wife and a smart child, this is definitely the life he wants. So there is no need to think too much. When he heard that his good friend Wood contacted the old instructor and got a ticket for a good job, he was also moved. He also had a friendship with the old instructor, so he quickly contacted the old lady and followed this time. These people used to practice Chinese Kung Fu with this old lady, and they were all among those who persisted the longest. The old lady spent a lot of time with them, and they were in contact with each other after they separated, so it was easy to find her. Several people also saw Zhou, who came after Zhou, and the casualness of Americans was shown. After greeting Zhou, several people greeted Zhou. Okay, boys, today is not a good day for you to get together. This is the place where you are going to interview. Do you want to leave a casual impression on your future boss now? The old lady clapped her hands and said to the few people, I'm sorry. After hearing this, the few people also felt that it was not a good thing to leave the boss alone. So these people quickly stopped talking nonsense. Don't be so nervous, just be casual. Zhou also said, okay, boss, do we need to interview them separately now? Cairo asked Zhou. Zhou first looked at the old lady, and seeing that she didn't have any special expression, he said to Cairo, of course. Several people thought that this matter was set in stone, but they didn't expect that they would have to interview again. At this moment, the slightly happy look also became serious. Of course not. I have read the resumes you sent by email, and they look very good. I believe that if you guys cooperate to form a security team, my safety will be solved, right? Zhou explained to them. Several strong men looked at each other, and even Kaio Yi, who was behind them, looked at them. So Raymond, the black man who talked the most, said, I think there will be no problem with this matter. Okay, I think you can consider finding a lawyer to help you sign the contract together. Now, congratulations to you guys, you all got this job. Zhou said to them with a smile. Really? Wookie looked at him with some doubts. Of course, as long as you. After chatting for a few words, they walked towards the villa. Zhou still held Niu and Xianshan in his arms, and Seiya was sitting on his neck. After entering the villa, it was obviously not the time to talk about business. The first thing Zhou had to do was to take the guests on a tour. But the old lady had already done this yesterday, so he really didn't have anything to do now, except taking his daughter to have a good look around his villa. The little girl looked up after coming in. Xianshan had told her that there were a few thumb monkeys on the beam. Now she really saw them. Then she wanted to go to the lake to see the two animals with duck beaks. This was what Xianshan had just boasted to her about. Now that she was in, she had to look for them carefully. Xianshan was on Zhao Jix's shoulder, and he suddenly said, "Sister Niu, look at the big duck and the little duck over there. They are lying there sleeping. Look, they are there." Chapter 371 Wu Ziwen. Today, the old lady cooked a table of delicious dishes herself, and she also cooked some of Zhao Jix's favorite dishes. She also asked the nannies to cook a few fried dishes, which are also the children's favorite food. With some sweet sauce or ketchup, the children can eat with oil dripping from their mouths. Considering that they were all grown men eating together, the old lady cooked large pieces of meat and also made the potato stewed beef that these people liked. Speaking of which, the taste of this dish is okay, mainly because it feels very refreshing to eat. In addition, Zhao Jixi lives in the south. Although he can eat spicy food, he also loves non-spicy food. Because the contract has not been signed yet, the few people are guests first. Once the employment contract is signed, everyone will be in an employment relationship. In the future, they can't eat at the host's house casually. Of course, if Zhao Jixi insists or treats guests, there will be no problem. The children sat at the end of the long table, and Mizi was taking care of them there. Zhao Jixi, the grown men and the old lady were all in the front. Because there were children, the content they talked about was mostly health related. When the children finished eating, they ran to the activity room to play. When the old lady had almost finished eating, everyone started to chat happily. Otherwise, it felt a little inappropriate to chat, and no one was willing to say it. "Brother Wu, where are you from?" Zhao Jixi looked at him for a long time, but couldn't tell, so he asked him. Wu drank a glass of wine, which was the strong liquor that Zhao Jixi had collected before. Zhao Jixi loved this kind of liquor, and it was not very valuable, so he took it out and drank it together. What's more, after clearing out the small wine cellar, he put his own brewed liquor in it. If he took it out for people to drink in the future, the value would definitely be higher than the price of this kind of strong liquor. Zhao Jixi was confident. "I'm a Chinese from the Kokang area of Myanmar. My ancestors were from Yunnan. Later, I went to the Kokang area and lived there." Kokang, Myanmar? Zhao Jixi really didn't know which knot this was. Wu smiled and said, "It's not far from Linkang, Yunnan." Zhao Jixi touched his head awkwardly. "I don't know much about geography, but Wu is of Chinese descent. It's fate that we can be together in this foreign country. Come, let's have a drink first." Zhao Jixi felt that it was not easy to say, so it would be easier to drink. "Okay." Wu picked up the wine glass and filled it up. He clinked glasses with Zhao Jixi and started drinking. "The last time I saw your resume, Wu, it seemed that you joined the army at the age of 13. How come you joined the army so early?" Zhao Jixi asked this question. When the old lady gave him the information, she saw that Wu Ziwen had a military history of more than 20 years. "We have to join the army at the age of 13. This is a compulsory issue. In addition, my family is not very good. If I join the army, it will also reduce the burden on my family." Wu didn't mind saying this. "Oh, you have to join the army so early," Zhao Jixi said in surprise, and suddenly he thought of how, when we were in China, we always complained about the large population. Little did we know that when there were fewer people, everyone would be forced to serve in the military. South Korea is an example. Almost all men, except those with disabilities or college students, have to serve in the military. Yes, the Kokang region stipulates that men must serve in the army from the age of 13 or 14, and because the population there is not large, once enlisted, they cannot retire for life. Even if they are not in the army in the future, it can only be regarded as a vacation. Once a war breaks out, they must return to the team immediately. Wu said to Zhao Jixi, "What about you, brother Wu?" "Me?" Wu grinned. "I didn't like some things in the army, so I stole an opportunity to run to China. After a while, I came to the United States and joined Blackwater." "Oh." Zhao Jixi didn't ask in detail. Everyone has a story in their own ***, and he still respects this right. But he didn't ask. Wu opened the conversation and began to talk. I was lucky to meet the instructor when I came to the United States. Only then could I survive in this foreign country and enter black waterfall training. Otherwise, I would be dead now, or selling drugs, or doing other things in a corner of this city. I wouldn't be able to marry a good wife and have 2 lovely children like I do now. I cherish this hard-earned life. The profession of mercenary is no longer suitable for me. Having said this, he looked at Zhao Jixi again. I'm also very lucky to meet you, boss. Here, I think I will need your care in the future. Haha. What Brother Wu said is that it is definitely fate that we can meet. There is no need to say more about care. I still need your protection. My security department will rely on you in the future. Jackie Zhao said with a smile. Hey, can I not speak Chinese all the time? I can't hear a lot of what you say clearly. Can you speak English? Raymond, who was sitting next to Wu, said to Wu Ziyuan with dissatisfaction. Okay, brother. Since you can't understand, you should have studied Chinese seriously at that time instead of communicating about life with your little treasures. Wu laughed and teased his black friend Raymond. It's not just me who can't speak. Martin can't even speak 1 or 2 sentences clearly. At least I can understand some of it and can say a few words to you. Raymond, Martin knows a lot more foreign languages than you. Do you think you are on the same level as him in this regard? Wu began to joke again. Jackie Zhao watched them talking and then looked at Martin next to him. This Italian really didn't talk much. He really didn't talk when he ate or slept. Sure enough, it's as cool as this model. Fortunately, although Martin doesn't talk much, his professional skills are definitely beyond compare. After the meal, the few people got to know each other a lot. At least in terms of their impression of Zhao Jixi, they all felt that he was pretty good. Although he had many problems of this or that kind, he was still a very good person. When they first arrived at the villa, Niu certainly didn't dare to sleep alone. Even if Xianshan was with her, she would still be a little scared, so she asked to sleep with Zhao Jixi at night. Seeing this, Xianshan also made a fuss and wanted to sleep with Zhao Jixi. He saw that he really couldn't refuse at this time, so he could only give Mizi a holiday. He would take care of the children himself tonight. Several tall and strong bodyguards who slept in his guest room looked at him with a clear face. They also slept with their own children. If they were not careful at night, the children would easily wet the bed. Especially these children who had just slept in a strange bed. This is just one of the reasons. The most hateful thing is that, if 2 children sleep together, it is definitely much more difficult to take care of them than when they are alone. When there is only one child, as long as you consciously ignore her or deliberately make things more interesting. After telling a story, the child will get sleepy by herself and fall asleep directly, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. If there are 2, it will be a tragedy. If you ignore her, there is another one to play with her. Even if they are on the bed, the 2 of them can chat for a long time and laugh happily while just looking at each other or talking. Zhao Jixi doesn't know what they are laughing at. He can only sigh that he doesn't understand the world of children. At night, Niu dragged Seiya and Xianshan to hold the big duck and the little duck, and the 2 pairs of pitiful eyes looked at Zhao Jixi. Dad, uncle. After Zhao Jixi took them to the room, he went to the bathroom. He just came out of the bathroom and saw that the 2 little girls had brought them over in a short time. It's so pitiful for Seiya to sleep alone. Can we let it sleep with us? Dad, it has only been a short time since the little girl learned the cute tricks from Xianshan. Seeing how well her little cousin used them to achieve her goal, she now consciously used them on Zhao Jixi. Yeah, the big duck and the little duck's home is so small. Our bed is so big. Can we let them sleep with us, uncle? Xianshan held the 2 platypuses in her arms, one in each hand. Zhao Jixi is now in a state of confusion. You don't know about these 2 girls. They may even prefer to sleep in their own cozy nests. But of course he can't say that to the children. As a man who wants to be a qualified father, this kind of incident is according to what is written in the book. You can't deny the child all at once. You have to be subtle, be roundabout, and be strategic, so that the children realize that it is wrong for them to do so. But you can't hurt the children's hearts. Their growth may be shadowed by this incident. Okay, I'll restrain myself for a while. This is according to what dad said. It's a good thing that I gave birth to you. If you were your grandfather's child, he would definitely teach you what it means to be a filial son under the stick. Zhou Jixi thought about the times when his father wanted to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by his mother, so he could only use words but not hands. The words were not light, and he didn't see any shadow left behind as the book said. In the past, when his grandfather was around, he would ask his father or his uncles, who would dare to bring the dog to the bed to sleep. No need to say more, just slap it first, and slap it a few times, and you dare to bring the dog to the bed. You don't need to wash it. But now he can only smile, and he has to look at his daughter and niece gently. We can't sleep with Sayan and Big Duck and Little Duck. Ah, no, I want to sleep with Big Duck and Little Duck, and they also want to sleep with us. Xianshan took the lead in confronting Zhou Jixi. Update quickly pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Opinions. Zhou Jixi has been at the farm for 2 days. He first accompanied his daughter and nephew to walk around the farm. But the farm is too big, and they can't really walk around a big place. In addition, children like to stop and play when they see something interesting, so they just have a general look at the surroundings. He doesn't have much time today because he needs to hire a lot of bodyguards. Last time, he decided to set up a security company so that the company's accounts and taxes will become much more cost effective. However, Cairo, Wu, Raymond and others all suggested that Zhou Jixi should apply for a weapons license for the company. In this way, they will have a great improvement in attack power. Now they have to hold a small discussion meeting with a few people to decide on the matter. Zhou Jixi's study is a study with a bit of ancient charm. The decoration style was left over from the time of old Mr. Bud. Zhou Jixi felt it was okay, so he didn't want to change it. There is a large space in the study, and there is a large area for bookshelves. Old Man Bud has collected a lot of books in it. Some books require Zhou Jixi to climb up with a ladder to take the books down. This shows how big this bookshelf is. However, the few people here at this time are obviously not here to appreciate this kind of thing that can improve their personal cultivation and cultivate a cultural style. Several tall and strong figures are sitting on the chairs opposite Zhou Jixi at this time. Zhou Jixi is sitting in the main seat in the middle, holding several reports from security consultants who have reached a consensus. The old lady is sitting not far from him, and she is also holding a copy in her hand. Boss, we have already looked at the entire farm in the past few days. As long as we build towers at these locations, we can definitely see which rats want to sneak in secretly. Martin took out the map of the farm and pointed to several locations. Then he drew tactical icons that Zhou Jixi didn't understand very well at several locations. Install hidden surveillance cameras in some invisible locations. I believe that we can completely control an area around the farm villa. Martin said to Zhou Jixi. Yes, this is what we have discussed in the past few days. In a wider area, we can also artificially create several guiding paths and hidden paths. We will also install alarms and necessary monitors at these locations. As long as someone triggers the alarm, we will know who has entered our farm. Kyo also added. There is no need to explain these in detail. I believe in your professional skills. Zhou Jixi also looked at these drawings. Some of them can be understood, and some cannot be understood. But listening to them, it seems that they are very powerful. Kyo and the others looked at each other. The boss affirmed them, which was still very fulfilling. But Zhou Jixi's bud made the hearts of these people a little bit higher. They were not professional bodyguards, and the current layout was mostly modified according to the war defense status. Those anti-aircraft and anti-tank layouts, of course, cannot appear here. Zhou Jixi looked at the few people carefully and had a new feeling about power. No wonder those people like to be officials. It turns out that their opinions can make people happy or depressed. This feeling is really good. But, guys, Zhou Jixi first looked around at the faces of several people, and after seeing that they had calmed down, he continued, "How many people do you think I will face in this position? We need to apply for a semi-automatic weapon license here, and we need to build an observation platform and a monitoring system over there. Well, in addition to these, there are also mobile helicopters here, although they are only small helicopters." Zhou Jixi said all kinds of things. Then he said to several people, "Are these really necessary?" Several people looked at each other, and they decided to stick to their original opinions. Yu Wu said, "Boss, we think this is definitely the best way to ensure your safety. As your security consultant, we will try our best to do these things as best as you have the conditions. Is that so?" Zhou Jixi also hesitated and knocked on the table to think. He has been in the United States for some time. In the United States, guns seem to be available, but sometimes it is difficult to get them. Here we are talking about legal possession, and illegal ones are another matter. The United States is a large country that adopts a federal system. Each state in the United States has considerable freedom. Therefore, the laws of each state are very different, which is quite difficult for outsiders to understand. For example, in New York State, various types of semi-automatic rifles are not regulated, but in New York City, it is a completely different matter. This is the case in the same state, let alone other places. Therefore, to talk about gun control, we must first clarify which state it is. As far as Zhou Jixi knows, generally speaking, the northeastern part of the United States is more strictly controlled. However, there are exceptions, such as Maine, MNE, and New Hampshire, which are very loose. The Midwest is more relaxed, but there are exceptions. That is Chicago. Since 1986, this place, HDO, has not allowed private ownership of handguns, and it is known as a gun city. Unfortunately, it is a big joke. In the underworld of Chicago, everyone has a gun. Even a 10-year-old child can have a gun. It is one of the cities with the most serious gun crimes in the United States. Recently, politicians have had another crazy idea, thinking that all their problems are caused by gun companies, so more than 20 city governments have filed lawsuits in court, suing more than 20 gun manufacturing companies in total, including Glock, Beretta, etc., almost all the famous manufacturers. They think that with the precedent of the tobacco industry's compensation, they should also have a good chance of winning. The case is currently under judicial review. In 1999, many states enacted laws to prohibit any city government from suing gun manufacturers, or to only hire lawyers who are paid by the hour, because this way, lawyers cannot profit by splitting accounts and sharing spoils, and malicious lawyers have lost interest in this, etc., and these corresponding measures have helped to win back 10% of the anti-gun control. The US federal government also has some laws on firearms. The agency in charge is the US Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, BFATF, which was originally an agency responsible for taxing, enforcing, and interpreting laws on tobacco, alcohol and firearms. It was originally under the Ministry of Finance under the International Court of Justice. On January 24, 2003, it was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, EPTOJ. Zhou Jixi only knew a little bit. When he came, he also wanted to buy some to collect. But he didn't have time to think about it, so he forgot about it. Now that these people mentioned it, he was a little interested. Will it be difficult for us to get guns? Zhou Jixi asked directly about the issue he was most concerned about. Don't worry, boss, automatic weapons may be difficult to get, especially here in California. But we all have gun licenses, so it's no problem to get semi-automatic firearms, Raymond said. Besides, we have also registered a security company, that is, a bodyguard company. In this way, we only need to set aside an area in the farm as the company's training base, so that the number and variety of guns we can have can be greatly increased. Raymond saw what Zhou Jixi meant and told him the key points. Is that so? Then you don't have to worry about the gun problem. But what about your other things? Zhou Jixi got the answer, so let's not talk about this for now, or continue to read the security document of the farm. Jess. After the old lady finished reading the document in her hand, she shouted to Zhou Jixi, "Hey, master." Zhao turned his head and responded. Have you ever thought about doing this in your farm in the future? The old lady asked. This farm? Zhao groaned and thought for a moment. I'm a little vague about how I'm going to run this farm in the future. Now I'll complete the watermelon auction first, and then I'll have to grow other plants later. These are all profitable things. Plus I'm going to Stanford, and I'm going to set up a biological laboratory on the farm in the future. I believe that with the space, I can make some good things. There will be no problem. These things may arouse some people's jealousy. This world is not just about white flour. There are spies and agents in wars, and now there are spies and agents in business. We have to be on guard, otherwise my actions will be a bit too fake, right? It seems that what the bodyguard said makes sense. Why don't we pay the money? And the people we are going to deal with in the future will mostly be wealthy people. Maybe someone has a grudge against someone, and seeing that our farm is vast and secluded, he wants to come here to kill people. If he really dies here, it will be a big loss, and it will be even worse if it also implicates other people. The more Zhao thought about it, the more he felt that it was necessary. Anyway, he was not short of money now. The watermelons were about to be sold. Although he didn't know how much he could make, if he thought in a positive way, he might be able to make a lot of money. In this way, the bodyguard's money was nothing. He thought about it and said, Master, I plan to do a lot of things in the farm in the future. I think what Kyle and the others said makes sense. Zhao did not answer the old lady's question directly. He really didn't know what to do with the farm in the future. He had space anyway, so he wouldn't lose money, no matter what he did. When he first came, he wanted to build a good house in the farm, and get a piece of land, to do some tourist farm projects. Or relying on the magic in the space, he could make a rich man's sanatorium or something like that. The fees are even higher, and now he has learned medical skills, and the old lady's Chinese medicine skills are also very powerful. Zhao suddenly felt that this matter was really becoming more and more reliable. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 373. When Zhao first came, he wanted to build a nice house in the farm, and get a piece of land, to do some tourism farm projects. Or relying on the magic of the space, he wanted to build a sanatorium for the rich. The fees should be very high. In addition, he has learned medical skills now, and the old lady's Chinese medicine skills are also very powerful. Zhao suddenly felt that this matter was really becoming more and more reliable. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this idea was. Zhao secretly recorded it in his mind, and maybe he would realize it in the future. Zhao made a decision after thinking about it. Fortunately, this weapon is not expensive in the United States. Especially semi-automatic weapons, these are trivial. Automatic weapons are the most troublesome thing. The United States is a federal country. The Weapons Act stipulates that private individuals can only own fully automatic guns produced in 1986, and the procedures are very complicated. The gun laws in each state are different. Some states prohibit it, and some allow it, but even if there is no problem with the review, it can be rejected. In addition, things are rare and expensive, and the price is nearly $10,000. Some types of restricted weapons in the National Weapons Act are less strictly regulated, such as silencers, short-barreled long guns, etc. Owning these restricted guns is mainly for hobbies and collections. If used in legal self-defense, it will be very troublesome. So Zhao didn't think about automatic weapons. He could only wait until he got a semi-automatic gun. He would install the stock that is unique to the store on it. After installing it, it would be almost the same as an automatic weapon. Zhao was also moved by this matter. Sure enough, there are policies above and counter policies below everywhere. Even the United States is no exception here. Sure enough, this is still common to the people. The biggest expense of Zhao farm is the monitoring system, but it would be impossible without it. Think about how many cameras and hosts you need to install, and what kind of memory and other things are needed in it. Zhao doesn't understand it very well, but I think this is all to save the things recorded every day. Okay, I approve your plan, but I hope to have a few days to go to the auction on the farm and make some progress, so that people can see that this place is pretty good. Zhao said to the others. Don't worry, boss. We and the instructors have already started interviewing team members. They are all retired police officers or retired soldiers. There are also a few mercenaries who want to be bodyguards. They are experienced in actual combat techniques and their skills are impeccable. We definitely need this kind of team members. Kyo said to Zhou. Okay, you guys discuss this with my master, and then just give me the candidate information. Zhou also said, and then said to the old lady, Master, thank you for your help. My apprentice is really not up to standard. The old lady waved her hand and smiled. These are all trivial matters. You and I are polite to say these things. I have been in this business for so many years. I still have a vision. The people I choose are all married and have families. Try to avoid one or two ungrateful people. Zhou saw that the old lady understood what he meant and smiled. Then it depends on you, master. Okay, you guys go and make some preparations. I still have to call the congressman and the senator. Zhou said to the few people. Okay, boss. After the few people finished speaking, they walked out. One by one, tall and strong bodies walked in front of the old lady. If Niu and Xianshan were here, they would feel like they had come to the land of adults. You go ahead, I'll go check on those two girls. I don't know if they've made Mises' head bigger now. The old lady said to Zhou, and she was about to go out. Haha. These two girls are usually very well behaved when they are alone, but when they get together, they become like crazy girls. Children, as long as they are polite and respect their elders, they can be naughty at ordinary times. If they sit there honestly, that's a problem. The old lady said with a smile, and started to walk out. But even though I said that, I'll still go check it out. These two girls. Haha. Seeing that everyone had gone out, Zhou shrugged his shoulders. These people have all left at once. Looking around the study, it suddenly felt a lot more empty. I've grown a lot taller now, and it's really stressful to be with these people. Damn, did they all take hormones? They are all tall and strong. Shaking his head, Zhou took out his mobile phone, found the phone number of a senator in California, pressed it and dialed it. Hello, Mr. Senator. Zhou spoke casually. He had met this California senator several times. He was a young senator who had a good relationship with Jobs and had a long political future. He was also a member of the Democratic Party. Apple donated money to the Democratic Party every year, and Jobs was a diehard Democratic Party member. He would also donate some of his own money. Zhou was very close to him, and he also had a good impression of the Democratic Party. Moreover, the Democratic Party was in power now, and Obama had been the president for many years. The Democratic Party was more to his taste than the Republican Party, although the two sides were actually similar, but the policies of the Democratic Party were more in line with his interests. Zhou had met this senator several times at gatherings before, and the two had a good chat. It was always a good thing for this kind of senator to know one or two more rich people. In addition, Zhou was a newly emerging rich man, belonging to the undeveloped type, so he had a head start. I believe Zhou would find him to communicate about some things in the future. Of course, he had to cherish the opportunity, so he often had some contact with Zhou. They would also email each other during holidays, and sometimes they would just chat casually on the phone. The relationship between the two was still okay in terms of personal relationship. My god, look at Jess. It's not easy to get a call from you. Sean Williams said to Zhou. Mr. Senator, are you complaining that I don't call you often? Of course, if you realize this mistake, I can suggest that you improve it. Sean said. Then he said, my friend, you didn't call me just to chat with me. Haha. Sean, you are still as wise as ever. Zhou smiled to cover up his embarrassment. Although this would not be too embarrassing, it was still inevitable to laugh dryly. The matter is simple. The security of my farm has been improved, so that I can better protect my private property from being threatened. Zhou said. So, my friend, did you threaten or blackmail someone? Sean said with a little surprise. You know, there are many wealthy people in the United States, but they don't bring bodyguards when they go out. Only when they receive threatening letters, intimidation, or blackmail will they hire some security personnel. They rarely use this at ordinary times. No, my friend, there is no such thing at all. I just want to increase my sense of security. Zhao explained quickly, and my farm is really too big. I also have to hire some professional personnel to help patrol the farm, which can serve two purposes at one time well. So, since you like, then I can help a little. After Zhao talked with Senator Scene for a few sentences, he got his affirmative answer, and he felt relieved. Since there was no problem, his job would be simple. He just had to wait for Zhou and others to bring over the personnel information and then install the monitoring system and security system. To put it bluntly, Zhao would have to spend more money, but there was no rush for this kind of construction. It can be done step by step, with the villa as the center, and slowly radiating outward. Atwood had already sent him the renderings of the auction venue in the watermelon garden. He looked at several renderings carefully, and planned to choose one from them, which he thought was the best. The rendering of the venue is simple in style, but with a low-key luxury effect. The designs made in several places in this picture also have simple and fashionable corner designs. Damn, they have a lot of tricks for these jobs. Zhao couldn't help but sighed secretly, and didn't say any more. Time really flies quickly. After he was free this afternoon, Zhao took his daughter to go for an outing inside the farm. Dad, is that baling? The little girl sat in front of Zhao and said to Zhao. Hearing this, he looked in the direction that Niu was pointing. Hey, it's true, these little things are smart now, and they all like to go to the place where I have released the vitality of the earth and watered them with space water. Then he touched the crossbow in his hand, which he had when he arrived in the United States. The most important thing about this thing is the sound, but compared to guns, it is pretty good. Zhao touched the crossbow that had been scooped out on his back and said to his daughter, Niu, Dad will help you shoot that little thing home. What do you think? At this time, a slightly bigger white spirit suddenly appeared in the bushes not far from the little white spirit. Zhao certainly didn't know if it was its old mother or something like that. He was just thinking about what it meant to kill two birds with one stone. That would be great. The little girl got anxious when she heard that. No, Niu, don't let daddy hurt that little white spirit. Zhao couldn't help feeling helpless after hearing what his daughter said. It's stealing my food, and you're still protecting it. But seeing his daughter's big eyes blinking at him, Zhao could only let them go. Chapter 374, Old Man and Family Matters. At Li Shuang's house, Zhao left Shai and Cheo that day with Niu who always clung to him. When leaving, he was a little anxious. The old man wanted to go home, to pack some clothes for the children. He asked him to take them with him, so that he could have some clothes to change. Zhao said that it was not necessary, and he would buy as many as he wanted with some money. But before he could say anything, he was stopped by his godmother who understood his temper. She spoke to the old man in a more tactful way, saying that Jess's affairs in the United States were a little urgent. As for clothes, he had already bought 2 sets of clothes for a few days, so he asked the old man not to rush back to get clothes for the children. After listening to her, Zhao realized that if he really said it, it would probably hurt people. After all, the godmother knew how to behave, and he secretly gave her a thumbs up. The godmother just smiled and motioned him to learn. The old man also felt that the matter was right, so he was not in a hurry. He decided to go back and slowly pack up his and Niu's things. He had been persuaded by several people to go to the United States. Although there were a few old men in the village who played chess with him, they were not close friends. In addition, he left the village very early to join the army and never returned to the village. There were no relatives at home in that era. He did not want to take advantage of the country and was too lazy to go back. It was only after picking up Niu that the old man had something to rely on, so he went to the village so that he could live a stable life. In addition, sometimes the old man was sick and could not do farm work, so he had to go out to beg, which made many people look down on him. The old man was very straight, but he did not waste a lot of time for his children. He felt relieved when he was about to leave the village. Now that the child had found his father, he was relieved. Although he was a little reluctant to go to the United States, it was nothing for Niu. He had done begging, and living in the United States was nothing. Zhao home in China. Mom, Please help me get that diaper. This little one has wet his pants again. The second sister's face and body were a little fatter at this time, and she looked much fuller than usual. Now she sat on the bed and said to Mother Zhou with a helpless look. Mother Zhou walked to the living room and took out the diaper from the bag brought by the second sister. As she walked, she said, "Hey, here it comes. Your child doesn't live with your parents-in-law, but you have to rely on me. I have an appointment with your fourth aunt to play mahjong, but I can't go yet. I just think you are good, Mom. I feel more relaxed when I'm with you. I feel the happiest when I'm with you, Mom. I love you so much." The second sister flattered the mother at this time. Vertical bar. Okay, you are the mother of several children, and you are still so out of tune. Mom walked over with the diaper and helped the second sister change the child's diaper. "This little guy's really troublesome," said and patted the little one's pink butt. Who said it wasn't? Fortunately, the damn girl Xianshan was taken to America by Jess. If she stayed with me, I would be really upset, the second sister said with a lucky look on her face at this time. "You damn girl, don't you think that your brother has never taken care of a child? He just thought it was fun, so he brought Xianshan. You asked him to give the child a bath and wipe the butt and so on. The kid got scared after doing it a few times and finally hired 2 nannies. You too." Mother Zhou protected her son and rebuked the second sister with a hint of joking. "What? This is his own niece. He doesn't do it himself, but finds a nanny. I'm afraid that the nannies don't do it carefully," the second sister argued in a low voice. "If you are not at ease, you can let your daughter stay with Zhou. Your husband has told me everything. Otherwise I would be wondering why you don't care about your own daughter and let her stay with Jess like this. It turns out that you have chatted with the nanny, and you know that both of them have professional licenses, and you often chat with that Japanese woman, Miko. Knowing that she is a good family and can teach Xianshan English and Japanese, you will be even less worried. I don't know what's in your mind, little girl." Mother Zhou nodded her daughter's head and said to her daughter with a smile, "I don't have any thoughts at all." The second sister was still making a low voiced defense. "My younger brother is rich, so I just benefited from it. I just gave birth to a child not long ago. When I raise him well, I will also attract some investment, just like the third and fourth brothers, and build a good business for him." The second sister seemed to be bathed in the sun and said with a sunny face, "You girl, it's okay. Just understand this matter in your heart. Don't say it everywhere. It's your brother's responsibility to take care of you sisters. I didn't say anything. But good meat needs to be kept rotten in the pot. If all the relatives know about it, our family will never be quiet. I guess all those aunts and uncles will come to visit us." Mom nodded at the second sister's head again and whispered to her, "Oh, it hurts. Of course I know. Don't keep nodding my head. It's driving me crazy." As she spoke, the second sister touched the place she had pointed to the mother. "I'm just saying this at home. I've already told my husband myself that I haven't told anyone how much money Zhou has made." "Well, that's good." The mother nodded in satisfaction. She knew the second son's mouth. It was really uncomfortable for her to hold it in and not say it. "I'm not saying that Zhou shouldn't help those relatives. It's just that there shouldn't be too many cases of gratitude and grudges. It was the same with the third uncle before. It was obviously a good thing. He led everyone to make a fortune together. But some people made money and some lost money. There were people who thought well of him. But those who lost money still gossiped about the third uncle behind his back. When he came back, he was in trouble both inside and outside. People also said that he was partial to some and neglected the other. In the end, he even went back to his hometown less often and just lived in Hong Kong and didn't come back," the mother said while helping the child tighten his diaper, and then said, "I can't bear to see my son suffer these grievances. If this happens, I, as a mother, will feel heartbroken." "Don't worry, Mom, I feel heartbroken too," the second sister interrupted. "Go away. What are you interrupting? Didn't I just say it to you? You have to continue." The second sister quickly stepped back. The mother thought for a moment and said, "Besides, you know your younger brother. He can't stand the trouble anyway, and he might even start swearing at people." The mother clapped her hands and said, "Well, that's called breaking up with the whole family. It's probably even worse than what your third uncle did." The second sister thought it made sense and nodded. So I said, "There's no rush for this matter. Last time I heard Sister Zhuan talk about the family fund, I think it's reliable. Mention it to Zhou later and see what he says." "Yeah. This is better." The second sister also nodded. Ding ding ding. Suddenly the phone at home rang. Seeing that the child was wrapped tightly, the mother put him in the second sister's hand and went to the living room to answer the phone. The second sister was fiddling with her son in the room, thinking about what she should do. The third and fourth sons have invested 40 million, and the fifth son said that any losses will be his. When the company makes a profit, each of them will be given 30% of the shares, which means they will get more than 10 million with nothing. It's so exciting just thinking about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had to do something. She felt sorry for giving so many delicious foods to such a rich brother who was left unused. But what should I do? The second sister thought for a while and shook her head. "Forget it. I'll discuss it with my husband next time." She didn't think it was appropriate or not. The siblings would help their younger brother if they were able. Even if Zhao didn't want to do anything, they would help to support him and find a way to help him find a wife. Now that her younger brother is able to help his older sister, not only do they and Zhao mother feel at ease, but even Zhao thinks it's the right thing to do. Shouldn't family members support each other? Don't be a burden if you can, and don't help in emergencies. After all, it's the bottomless pit. However, helping those who can is also the education of the old Zhou family. In the previous life, the sisters were able to do it. Not only did they have to take care of their own families, but also took care of their younger brother, without a word of complaint. Even if they said a few words sometimes, it was all for his own good. Zhao understood it in his heart. Now that he is rich, he has felt that he should help his sisters from the beginning to now. As long as they have a good project in mind, he will invest money. The second sister sat on the bed with her face flushed with excitement and fiddled with her little son. "You little bastard, you will be a rich second generation now. Your mother, didn't have this treatment when I was a child." After being fiddled with for a few times, the child began to laugh. The second sister slapped her son's butt coquettishly. "I said you are still proud of yourself. I will spank your little but of the rich second generation. See if you dare to shake your mother." "Your mother can't be a rich second generation, but I can be the mother of a rich second generation. Isn't it a sense of accomplishment?" The second sister said that the child laughed again. "You little one, now you are good." Smiled. When Zhao nephew grows up by now, he probably knows what depression is. "It was obviously you who made me laugh. It was wrong for me to laugh now, but it will be right to laugh next time. Mom, can you please not trick your son like this?" Suddenly, in the living room of the house, the mother said loudly, "What? Zhuan, say it again." Chapter 375 Mom knows. The second sister looked out strangely. It seemed that it was Zhao's godmother who called. I don't know what she said that made her mother react so strongly. Could it be that Shuang is getting married? That's not right. The mother wouldn't react so strongly to this child getting married. "Zhuan, please say it again. I think I just had an auditory hallucination. This matter doesn't sound right." Mother Zhao touched her head and said to the phone after calming down, "That child looks like Jess." He also remembered a ridiculous thing he did when he was a child. In addition, the child's age is also consistent. "I think this matter is correct," the godmother said to Mother Zhao. The mother was silent on the phone for a while. The godmother also felt that she needed to digest this matter well. Anyone who encountered this matter would be confused. How old is the son? He already has a child this big, and she is a grown mother now. No one has such a strong heart. When she first understood this girl, she thought it was impossible at this time. At that time, she thought that someone might be plotting against her godson, knowing that the child was rich. They brought such a girl here to cheat some money. But after thinking about it, she felt that this was unlikely. If this was the case, then the gang was really stupid. Let alone other things. Let's say that technology is so advanced now, and you can get the result by just doing a DNA test. Even if they knew where it was done, they bribed the doctor to change the result. But would she only do it in one hospital? No rich person would be so simple. At the very least, they would do it in several hospitals, and the person who did it must be familiar to friends or themselves, so that they could believe the result. Also, think about Jess's age, and send such a big girl here. How old must he be when he gave birth? Everyone thinks this is unreliable. And only her son knows about the godson, and he only remembered it after the godson reminded him. How could outsiders know this? Another biggest flaw is this girl. A child is the protagonist to deceive people. How can this child still be alert every day and not make mistakes after getting along with each other? How old is this child? Zhou godmother, on the contrary, thought that because there were too many flaws, this matter seemed to be real. She thought about it and analyzed the matter to Zhao's mother, but the mother still listened and didn't say anything. The godmother guessed that the eldest sister was still confused, so she just said her own thing and asked the mother to think about it carefully. After a long time, the mother smiled bitterly, but the expression on her face was a little strange, and it didn't look like a bitter smile. At this time, he finally spoke. Zhuan, why did you tell me about this now? How long has it happened? Didn't Jixi tell me not to tell anyone first? But the more I think about it these days, the more wrong it is. After thinking about it, I decided to tell you as a grandmother. Besides, I feel weird, because I'm full of you, said the godmother. This child has been close to you since childhood. You, as the godmother, know the secret, but I, as the mother, only know it from you. I'm a little jealous. Mom said to the godmother, a little depressed. Look at what you said. I can only talk to Jess. When the child was young, there were some things that were not suitable to be told to you, so he told me everything. I just happened to encounter this matter and I just found out. Mom and godmother talked about this matter for a few more sentences. Anyway, no matter what godmother said, Mom has decided now. This dead boy must be brought back and taught a good lesson. What a life. How old is he? And a child has jumped out, and the age is older than his sister's child. What kind of thing is this? Zhao's child, at the age of 15 or 16, gave birth to a child with a woman he didn't know? I didn't know it before. It must be luck that made them meet. And I, as a mother and grandmother, don't know anything at all. Zhao's mother thought that this matter was a bit absurd. Look at me, this dead kid. The mother gritted her teeth and secretly planned how to deal with Zhao Jixi. She was thinking whether she should call her son and call the child back to teach him a lesson and just take a look at her granddaughter. I don't know what the child looks like. It is said that he looks like Zhao Ji when he was a child. At that time, my son's body was not so strong and his face did not grow up. When this child was a child, he was almost like a girl when he wore his sister's clothes, and he was much prettier than ordinary girls. Fortunately, my son has secondary development, his face and body have grown, and he has become a handsome boy again, otherwise he would be like a stick. If the child is a girl, she should look pretty good. But I don't know which daughter this kid was born to, and he was 15 years old. What a dead child. This kid, how old is he? The second sister was bored in the room. When she saw that her mother had finished the call, she said, Mom, what's the matter with Aunt Zhuan calling? Nothing. Go and hold your child. Women are so gossipy. Mom was in a bad mood, so the second sister gave her a lesson. I'm usually like this, and you never say anything about me. The second sister could only mutter this in the room. I don't know what Aunt Zhuan said to my mother, which made her a little irritable now. The weather in California is still so warm and comfortable, and the breeze blowing in the face gently caresses Zhao Jixi. Today, I took Niu and Xianshan to the orchard to have a look. At this time, the transplanted fruit trees in the orchard have already produced small green fruit buds. When Zhao Jixi and the two children were far away, they could see the neatly arranged fruit trees, one row after another, which not only gave people a strange feeling, but also facilitated mechanical picking. Hey, boss, you're here to see the fruit trees again. Alan rode over on his horse and said to Zhao Jixi after getting off the horse. Then he looked at the two children and said, wow, look at our two lovely little princesses. The knight salutes you. He said and gestured a knight's salute that is often seen in TV dramas. Because Niu didn't understand English and was not very familiar with Alan, she looked at him a little timidly. Her hands tightened unconsciously, and she hurriedly pulled Zhao trouser legs. Dad, what did this uncle say? Niu doesn't understand. Xianshan has heard and said a lot now, so she can understand. The adaptability of children should not be underestimated. In addition, Zhao delicious food and drink not only supplemented her nutrition, but also made her brain smarter. After listening to it, she smiled happily, and even the gap caused by the recent tooth replacement was leaked at this time. There was no need to cover her mouth, letting the wind run in through the hole. She even said to Alan like a little adult, "Rise up, my knight. Princess, I accept your salute." She said it in a strange way, and I don't know which cartoon she learned it from. Zhao picked up his timid daughter and said to her, "This uncle said that Niu and Xianshan are both lovely little princesses, and he is very happy to meet you. Now he is doing this kind of etiquette gesture to you." "Really?" Niu said, then slowly lowered her head, looked at her playing fingers and said, but, Niu doesn't understand what uncle is saying. Dad, is Niu very stupid?" The little girl looked at Zhao with a sad look. It seemed that she was afraid that Zhao would think she was stupid and had some other concerns. Zhao held his daughter tightly in his hand and said to her seriously, "How could it be, Niu? You just came to the United States and have never learned English before. Of course you don't understand what the uncle is saying. Like many uncles you met before, you didn't understand them at all, right? Why do you feel stupid today?" "But, Xianshan's sister can understand. Niu just doesn't know what they are saying." The little girl said it as if she felt wronged. Zhao remembered that when he heard the old man say it before, Niu was a very strong girl. Now that she is with him, she has become a little weak. However, he suddenly thought of his previous life. Sometimes he was like this. When he was independent outside, he was also very independent. On the contrary, when he went home, he seemed to be unable to do this or that, and wanted to rely on his parents. Even the whole person felt a few years more childish, and he understood his daughter's feelings. Xianshan has been here for a while. She also learned English slowly, before she could talk to these uncles and aunts. Zhao put on a sneaky look in front of the little girl, and looked at Xianshan. Seeing that she was still chatting with Alan, he said to his daughter, "Dad will tell you a little secret. Can't I promise not to tell anyone?" "Well, Niu won't tell anyone." "Well, Dad will tell Niu secretly." In fact, when Xianshan just came to the United States with Dad, this uncle talked to her, and the girl was scared and cried. She is not as brave as our Niu. Xianshan's sister was scared and cried. Niu is the best. What is there to be afraid of? Niu doesn't feel scared and doesn't want to cry. The little girl said to Zhao seriously. The more she spoke, the more she felt that she seemed to be very powerful. Yes, that's why Dad said that our Niu is the best. The child said a few words to him and laughed happily. Chapter 376, Some Effects. In the orchard, Zhao and Alan were each holding a child and walking. Alan had tied the horses to the side of the fruit trees when the horses came in. "Boss, these fruits are estimated to be ripe in a month. By then, we will know how the grafted fruits are doing." "Well, this matter always depends on the results. Is there enough nutrient water?" Zhao nodded and said, and picked up a small bag hanging on a fruit tree. "This is like an fourth drip in the hospital, with a small bag on one end, and inserted on the fruit tree on the other." He picked it up, and took a look, and found that there was still a lot of nutrient water left in it. "Enough, boss. We have stored a lot of nutrient water you prepared in our warehouse, and if we use it sparingly, one bag can be used for 2 months. It only takes an average of 2 changes every quarter, but we can't use machinery yet. We can only change the nutrient bags manually, but the labor cost is a bit high," Alan said to Zhao. Zhao put down the nutrient bag hanging on the tree. "It doesn't matter. As long as there is an effect, I don't care about the labor cost. As long as our fruit is good, we can add a loss to the selling price. We can maintain a high enough profit. These are all small problems." "Hope," Alan said in a low voice. "Haha, man, be a little confident. I believe we will succeed. Look at my watermelon. Don't you think it tastes great? Zhou Jixi patted Alan on the shoulder and said. Alan thought about it. Those watermelons really tasted great. No one could deny it. But what does this have to do with the experimental trees that the boss bought? Okay, you just need to help me take care of these little babies. Everything will be known after they bear fruit. Think about it, these trees are always full of little miracles, right? Alan nodded in agreement. Zhou Jixi, Alan and the two children inspected the orchard while playing and chatting. When he left, he nodded with satisfaction. The seeds he planted when he first came to the farm will usher in a small harvest in a while. Thinking about the heavy fruits, he felt very happy. There are not many fruits now. Why don't we hold an auction? Zhou Jixi couldn't help thinking again. I hope this auction will be successful. While Zhou Jixi was still worried about his auction, the upper class in California and some other states in the United States began to know a new type of watermelon, which tasted much better than the black-skinned watermelon that was very expensive in Japan. Although the money was nothing to them, it was common to buy some luxury fruits. They had never eaten such a delicious watermelon before, and some people even discovered the little secret of the watermelon. Speaking of it, it was still more influential in California. Zhou Jixi's connections were mostly here. Except for a few people, most of the people he knew were from California, either living here, working here, or investing here. Let's talk about the Chinese community here. Because of his own relationship with Huang Duling, Zhou Jixi had some exchanges with the second and first generations of the Chinese community. There are also people from investment banks and foundations that I met on Facebook. California is a continent with a lot of immigrants. The Chinese community here usually doesn't show off and doesn't do anything to attract attention in this country, but they have a lot of money. When they unite, they are not much different from some of the geographical consortiums in the United States. Each of them is a local chible in California. But recently, a kind of fruit and a kind of fragrance have become popular in these circles. However, because the fragrance is so rare, most people know the effect and have hidden it for their own enjoyment. How could they think of sharing it? And because the watermelon is relatively large, one person can't finish it. So there are many people who can share it. One by one, friends either give it to them when they are visiting, or their family brings it back. The whole family and relatives can also eat it. Speaking of fragrance, it feels even more mysterious. Except for some people with whom he has a good relationship and thinks he likes, he will give it with watermelons. Other casual friends will not take this, but just give a watermelon for promotion. According to Jay Chou's stingy personality, if he didn't want to make more money in the future, he wouldn't want to give away so many watermelons. This is not a gift, it's just cutting meat, and it's all his meat. As for those wealthy Chinese, who don't know Jay Chou, or whose juniors don't have any communication or friendship with him, they are itching to say something to some old friends. Although some of them suspect that the old friends are exaggerating, but looking at their confident appearance and their wealth, they think that the old friends are not bragging. Especially when some people happened to visit their friends' homes. The male host was lighting incense. Among them was Huang Duling's father Huang Sangsheng. He was a mantis catching a cicada, but was tricked by the aureole behind him. Not only was his son Huang Duling depressed, but he was also depressed in the end. I remember the day when Huang Duling just received the email. After he solved Zhou Jixi's bad taste, he got the incense he sent. After smelling it, it felt really powerful, a bit like the medicinal smoke Zhou Jixi gave him. But it seemed to be more powerful than that, so he lit the magical incense in his room. At that time, he had just played outside for a few days and was in a bad mood. Unexpectedly, after Zhou Jixi lit this thing, he took a good rest and his spirit became much better. And his father Huang Sangsheng happened to feel a little unwell at the company that day, so he planned to go home and rest. But after returning to his villa, he passed by his son's room and suddenly smelled a strange fragrance. This smell also made him feel refreshed. Suddenly, he thought that Huang Duling might be taking drugs at home. Huang Duling's door was not closed tightly, so he could just push the door and go in. What caught his eye was a big watermelon and a wooden box. He ignored this and looked around the room. He saw his son had drawn the curtains in the room in broad daylight. He turned on his big chandelier and lay on a modern recliner. The weirdest thing was that there was a cactus next to him with a stick of incense on it. It was already 3/4 lit. He didn't have time to worry about his son using the cactus as an incense burner. He came in and inhaled a lot of the fragrance leaking from Huang Duling. The discomfort from handling official business yesterday and the heavy head that was still a little headache were immediately cleared, and he felt a little lighter. What is this thing? It's so powerful. Although he was thinking about this in his mind, he was smart and immediately closed the door of Huang Duling's room. The smell coming from Huang Duling was not much to begin with. If the door was open, it would all disappear. Moreover, the gas was strangely light. The smoke from the incense went into Huang Duling's nose as he breathed in and out. The smoke that was dissipated outside was really pitiful. He only inhaled the smoke that was floating in the room, and he inhaled it in a few puffs. My god, this kind of incense is really great. My god. Huang Duling's father Huang Sangshan was shocked. This made his breathing louder. After such a long time in the room, it began to affect the airflow. The smoke that was originally floating towards Huang Duling actually split into a small part and floated towards him. Huang Sangshan took a few steps forward without hesitation and increased the force of inhalation. It slightly affected the airflow in the room. When he inhaled a breath of fragrance into his mouth, it was no longer like the smoke that was dissipated. After taking a puff, Huang Sangshan felt like he was a little drunk, but surprisingly not uncomfortable, and his mind was clearer. He sat down on the sofa next to his son with a little sway. Although his mind was clear, he wanted to have a good rest at this moment. With his back against the sofa, he even closed his eyes slightly. The smoke from the incense in the room was divided into two streams at this time. One stream drifted to Huang Duling, and the other stream drifted to Huang Sangshan. Time passed like this, and I don't know when the incense was finished, and the two fathers and sons fell asleep very steadily. As night fell, Huang Duling's mother, Ms. Chen, came back. Today, her husband was not feeling well, and she was the one who presided over the meeting in the company. Now that she is back from get off work, she wants to see how her husband is doing first. Unexpectedly, she didn't find her husband in the room. She asked the housekeeper at home and said that her husband was back, but she really didn't find him. She searched the room at home, but didn't see him. Just when she wanted to see if her son knew where his father had gone, she didn't expect to see him. When she opened the door, did she see the big watermelon and a big box? She just ignored them. She saw her son sleeping on his chair, and his father, her husband Huang Sangshan, was actually asleep on the sofa next to her son. This made her laugh and cry. After searching for a long time, her husband actually went to sleep in her son's room. The weird thing was that neither of them slept in the bed. They both slept well. The sound of Ms. Chin coming in was also heard by the sensitive Huang Sangshan. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his wife looking at him from a distance. Chapter 377. Same reaction. Huang Duling's room. Huang Sangshan, who had a clear mind, immediately figured out why. His wife was back, so he must have fallen asleep in his son's room. She must have gotten off work, so she must have slept for quite a while. Hey, honey, it seems I've been sleeping for a while. Huang Sangshan spoke in English. To be honest, his Mandarin was not very good. He could understand what he heard, but it was still a bit difficult for him to speak a complete sentence. In this aspect, he was not as good as his son. Of course, it was also because he had a bad relationship with his father when he was a child. His son was quite close to his grandfather. Over the years, his relationship with his father has also been repaired a lot. Ms. Chen looked at her husband. I didn't expect you to be here. Your phone is turned off. I looked for you at home, but didn't see you. The housekeeper said you were back. Finally, I wanted to ask my son, but I didn't expect you to be here. I'm sorry, dear. The two of them talked for a few words, and then talked about why he fell asleep in his son's room. Huang Sangshan was a little shocked now, so when he told his wife how magical the fragrance was, he even suspected it was drugs at first. He complained to his wife a few words. Although his son was a little playful, he only smoked a little marijuana at most, and he didn't smell of marijuana recently. He also changed to smoking on weekdays. Although it is still not good for health, it is better than marijuana. The two chatted and woke up Huang Duling, who was sleeping. He opened his hazy eyes and saw his parents. "Mommy, Daddy, why are you both in my room? Hey, darling baby, sorry we woke you up." Miss Chen touched her son's head. Even though her son has grown up, in her heart, he will always be the same child who likes to rely on her for everything. Ah. Huang Darling stretched himself. Because of the effect of the medicine fragrance, he was not as energetic as when he just woke up. He felt a little uncomfortable. He was refreshed now. "It's okay, Mom. I didn't know I slept for so long. I'm so hungry now. The housekeeper has arranged the food. We can eat it when we go downstairs," Miss Chen said to him. At this time, the child was obviously more important than the fragrance. She thought she should go to eat first. Under the strange looks of the two, Huang Darling ate a few more bites of the prepared spaghetti and said, "Daddy, Mommy, do you have anything to tell me?" The two looked at each other, and then the father Huang Zhangshan said, "The incense you lit in your room today. Oh, that, wow, this thing is really great. I feel much better now," Huang Darling said with a little excitement. "Yeah." Huang Zhangshan nodded. "But darling, where did you buy this?" No, I didn't buy it. It was a little thing given by my friend," Huang Darling said. "Not bought. Indeed, one of my good friends. Daddy, you don't know that Jess is really great. He has a deep research on medicinal plants. He likes to read some ancient books, and that incense was improved by his research on ancient books. I didn't expect that the effect is really great. He researched it?" Huang Zhangshan was surprised, and then he thought about how much money he could make from it. "You know, with this effect of incense, the price is definitely as high as you want. This is a big market. If it is handled well, it is very likely that another luxury product will be born. As long as this formula is bought, it will definitely be a very valuable thing." Huang Zhangshan is a scientist and a businessman, so he can't help but think about this. Huang Darling knew what his father was thinking when he saw his father's expression. "Dad, I don't think you can buy this thing. Jess is not short of money. According to the recent Apple stock price, his current net worth is very likely to surpass yours. Besides, I heard from Jess that the production of this thing will not be too large, and there is always the dilemma of not being able to make it. So no matter which aspect, we obviously can't do this business." Then he looked at Huang Zhangshan and said, "If there was a chance, I would have done it long ago." Huang Zhangshan smiled without comment. "Boy, you were not born when I was doing business. Let me tell you, business is not for the first come first served. Well, then you can give it a try. I have connections and relationships. The business I want to do, even you can't get it." "Jess is not that kind of person," Huang Darling said bluntly. Although there was some bragging in his words, he didn't want to admit defeat in front of his father at this moment. "Son, you have proved the saying in China that a newborn calf doesn't know what a ferocious tiger is and dares to provoke it. Daddy, this is called a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. When you have time, don't be busy with your business and experiments. The 5,000-year-old culture of China still has a lot of inspiration," Huang Darling said. "Okay, you two don't have to worry about this issue. I'm more interested in your friends than this." Huang Darling's mother, Miss Chen, comforted the two and changed the subject. "Jess." Huang Darling thought for a while and said, "I can only say that he is a good person. As for the rest, you have to meet him in person before you can feel his charm." Their son's words made both of them fall into thought. Not long after, Huang Zhangshan said, "You just said that it is possible that it cannot be made. What's the matter?" Huang Darling said, "Okay, let me tell you. I heard from Jess that this kind of special incense, in addition to the formula, has great restrictions on raw materials. The most important medicinal materials are difficult to purchase in the market, even if you have money. The most famous of them is ginseng. What is needed is old mountain ginseng that is more than 100 years old. It depends on the specific variety or which types should be matched together. However, I can estimate that it should be ginseng with the Celestial Empire as the main origin. Jess studied this based on ancient books. Although I don't know what era it is from, it is certain that it is not in modern times. It was probably in the era when Taoism was popular. Jess said that it was studied with the help of some ancient books called Landowner. Taoist Landowner? Huang Zhangshan said. Some strange branches developed from ancient sects in the Celestial Empire are equivalent to the splitting of Christianity into several sects. Maybe this analogy is a little wrong, but the general idea is probably the same. Huang Daoling didn't really understand, so he just said it casually. If Zhao Jixi knew that his words were taken as true, he would probably laugh so hard that his stomach would cramp. After hearing this, Huang Zhangshan said, "Okay, let's not talk about this topic anymore. I want to meet your friend now." Huang Daoling immediately said, "Of course. In a few days, Jess will hold a watermelon auction on his farm." When I received the incense and watermelon, I also received an invitation. Watermelon auction? Watermelon auction? Ms. Chen asked. "Oh." Huang Daoling slapped his head and said, "Yes. It's a watermelon auction. He also sent me a watermelon, but I forgot to take it out and eat it." As he said that, he wiped his mouth. It happened that he had finished eating at this time, so he ran to the room and took the watermelon out. He put it on the long table and said, "This is it. Look, it tastes really good. When I was holding it just now, the smell of the skin was really tempting. Isn't it just a watermelon? Why do you have to hold an auction for this?" Ms. Chen said with some doubt. Maybe he thinks it's fun. Young people always do boring things to kill time. Huang Zhangshan explained to his wife. Ms. Chen thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Oh my god, Daddy and Mommy, are you looking down on us young people?" Huang Daoling said that it was a bit absurd for his parents to say this to his friend, and he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. "No, I just think he is making a fuss. There are many fruit sales in the world. He did hold a small auction for watermelons. Does he want to sell all his watermelons on the spot? Then can't he go to the trade fair?" Huang Zhangshan said. "It's different, Daddy. Jess's watermelon is the most special, even more special than the black-skinned melon in Japan." Huang Daoling said. "Black-skinned watermelon. It's the kind of watermelon that costs about 188 to 288 US dollars. Huang Daoling said, and then he said, "I think Jess may think his watermelon is better than that one. I don't know about that yet, but we can try it now to see how it tastes." Then Huang Daoling didn't waste any more words and went directly to the kitchen to take out a kitchen knife and a cutting board and put the watermelon on it. In front of Huang Zhangshan and his mother, he cut the watermelon and immediately a fragrance spread. Several people also looked at each other in surprise, and Huang Daoling's hands accelerated the action of separating the watermelon. He cut several large pieces of watermelon in a half-moon shape, which not only smelled very fragrant, but also looked very tempting. Several people couldn't wait any longer. After Huang Daoling took the watermelon to his parents, he took a bite himself. With the same reaction as the others, he ate it without saying much. "Oh my god, this is really great. Happy New Year to everyone. I'm here to wish you all good health, happiness and prosperity in the new year." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Silly Alpaca and the Arrival of the Popular Little King. The weather has been good these days. The weather in Mixi is very good. The afternoon sun is also very leisurely. The trees and grass are bathed in the sun and stretching their branches. The animals at home are lying on the platform outside the villa, yawning lazily. An alpaca that has strayed from the group walked to the pasture outside the villa in a daze. He looked up at 1K and the others in the distance, and then realized that he seemed to have walked a little too far. 1K saw an animal staring at it in the distance. Although the alpaca seemed to be much taller than him, looking at its silly look, 1K felt that it didn't seem to be that bad. Now they are not like when they just came out of the space. They can run away when they see a goose, and they are afraid of being sucked by them. After going through Atwood's training, and occasionally going hunting with him to hunt some small animals, it is not as exaggerated as fighting with wolves, but it is more than enough to bully small herbivorous animals. 1K called out to the two brothers next to him, and Wanfu and Wanshao saw the alpaca in the distance at 1K's signal. The tacit understanding cultivated from childhood to adulthood, the two brothers immediately understood what 1K meant. 1K lay still at first, but his eyes were always fixed on the alpaca in the distance. Wanfu and Wanshao used their hind legs to crawl backwards until they jumped off the platform behind them. The two dogs separated and ran in a two-wing flying tactic, surrounded, and began to run to both sides. The alpaca was stared at by 1K and dared not move. 1K was still thinking at this time, this thing is so calm. After a while, 1K saw that the two brothers were in place and it slowly stood up. It called out to the alpaca and looked very proud. This is a Huayouka alpaca, and the whole body gives people the feeling that it is a cylinder spliced together. Coupled with that silly expression, it looks like it's easy to bully. No wonder 1K wants to play with it. Then 1K started running, getting closer and closer to the alpaca. It ran on all fours, and from time to time it made one or two threatening noises, trying to make the alpaca panic. After hearing 1K's voice, Wanfu and Wanshao also ran out, but they didn't shout. They thought that the prey had attracted 1K's attention, so they could attack it better. This Huayouka alpaca was stunned, but the more 1K shouted, the more unhappy it became. In addition to having only one attacking trick, this animal is also a little stunned. When it saw 1K running over, it not only didn't think about running away, but actually ran directly towards 1K. 1K and the other two puppies were stunned for a moment, but they had to continue. As if life couldn't stop, the two dogs continued to run. When the alpaca was about to approach 1K, it paused and then spit out a mouthful of saliva, hitting 1K in the face. It seems to be very powerful. Should we wait for the brothers to come and then fight in a group? Animals are still animals. 1K hesitated in this situation. He shook his head and wiped off the sticky saliva. He continued to stare at the alpaca, but took 2 steps back. The alpaca barked at 1K a few times. Although the sound did not sound threatening, 1K decided to test it first and wait for the dog guards to arrive before attacking it. As for killing, that would not happen. Zhou Jixi and Atwood had warned them that they were not allowed to harm the animals on the farm. As for how to identify them, just look at the tags on the ears. Those with tags are owned, so they are definitely not allowed to be killed. 1K's caution is not because of fear. Even the lions in the African savanna will make some fake moves, which makes them inexplicably abnormal. Instead, they have to watch carefully before making the next reaction. This is also the sadness of their lack of education. The world's pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is indeed true in the animal world. And 1K's reaction at this time is just the most normal reaction of animals. He retreats first and then observes it, waiting for the arrival of his friends. Then he will be surrounded and beaten with advantage to ensure victory. The stupid alpaca did not run away, but spit at 1K from time to time. This time, after being prepared, 1K was able to dodge. After these few times, 1K found that this strange thing seemed to have only a few moves. If it learns more, it will probably know what a paper tiger is. Wanshao and Wanfu ran over quickly. Wanfu looked impatient. It is the fattest dog among the dogs. With the impact of running, he directly hit the alpaca. Wanfu knocked the alpaca down, and Wanshao and 1K next to him immediately pounced on him and pressed the alpaca to the ground with their body weight. The alpaca immediately understood his situation and began to get scared. So he cried a few times, hoping that his companions would come to help him. Several people who were walking in the distance saw this scene, and one of the little boys shouted, "Wow, cool." He took off his sunglasses and looked at the 3 furry dogs that looked a bit fierce. This is the same feeling I had when I watched Animal World, but it's not so bloody. Why didn't these dogs bite the alpaca? The boy asked the person next to him. These are all trained dogs. They will not kill animals on the farm unless their owners give instructions. Dale explained beside him. What good dogs they are. They should be Tibetan Mastiffs from China. They look great. Scooter Brown also said. Bieber, but it seems that you don't seem to have the mood to raise these little guys. Yes. Justin Bieber also said with some emotion. This group of people are the friends who came with Dale. He also has friends who can enter when the auction officially starts. There should be an additional card in each invitation letter, so that those who want to send a card to friends or family only need to give them one card. The people walking together are entertainment agent Scooter Braun, the other is a star he signed, who is now considered a teenage idol in the United States, the popular Little King Justin Bieber, and a black bodyguard Kanye. It must be said that this guy and Justin Bieber are really inseparable at this time. There is also Dale Dorrance who walked with him. This group of people came a little early, and it's not just the usual early ones. Dale was originally invited by Zhou to visit the farm first, but he didn't expect his friend Scooter Braun to be there, so he also wanted to come here. Dale had no choice but to explain it to Zhou. He didn't expect that he would agree so easily, so they came here the day before the auction. 1k, don't play, Nima, a good alpaca will be scared to death by you. Come here quickly. Zhou walked out of the house holding his daughter and niece. I didn't expect to see these little bastards playing with alpacas again. The most hateful one among them is Wan Xiao. I couldn't see it at ordinary times, thinking that 1k was the most naughty. Unexpectedly, this time, Zhou actually saw Wan Xiao sitting directly on the alpaca. If Zhou didn't know that they were not in estrus yet, this scene would be a disaster. It doesn't matter whether the alpaca is male or female. Woof. With a heavy cry, several of them let go of the alpaca after calling Zhou and ran towards Zhou. Alright, you're being affectionate here. Can't you see I'm holding a child? Really? He said, and he gently kicked a few Tibetan masters with his feet, signaling them to roll back, to bask in the sun. Dad, uncle, we want to get down, we want to get down. After the little guys saw that there were a few dogs, they didn't want to play with Zhou anymore, twisting their bodies on his arms, saying they wanted to get down. Okay, you play with 1k and the others, but remember not to pull their tails and whiskers on their mouths. Got it? Zhou looked at the two little girls and said, well, we promise not to pull them. The little girls promised Zhou. Okay. After that, Zhou looked at his daughter again. Niu, you are older than Xianshan. You have to take good care of your sister later, okay? Well, I know, Dad. I will take good care of my sister. The daughter nodded and said crisply to Zhou, well, then go play. Remember not to run too far, and don't be afraid to go to high places. Also, don't play by the lake, and don't ask 1k and the others to bully the giant tortoises. You'll be in trouble if those big guys get mad. Zhou was like an old mother, talking endlessly to his daughter and niece Luo. In the past, he would have found it annoying to hear these words, but he didn't expect that one day he would actually recite the tight-fitting curse to the two children, just like his parents used to educate him. Well, we promise. Niu held Xianshan's hand and said to Zhou again, well, then go play. However, after watching the two people grab the dogs and walk to the sandy place nearby to play, Zhou was still a little worried, and he blew a whistle directly to call out Saiyan in the house. Saiyan, go play with Niu and Xianshan, and keep an eye on them for me, okay? Zhou gave some instructions, and when Saiyan nodded seriously, he let him go to his daughter's place. In a blink of an eye, he saw several people coming over, one of whom he left a deep impression on. In his previous life, whether it was songs or gossip, he was a guy who was all over the place. He could even visit a prostitute and make the prostitute famous. He was really extraordinary. Chapter 379. Zhou was like an old mother, talking endlessly to his daughter and niece Luo. If it were in the past, he would find it annoying to hear such words, but he didn't expect that one day he would also recite the tight hoop curse to the two children, just like his parents taught him before. Well, we promise. Niu took Xianshan's hand and said to Zhou again, well, let's go play. However, after watching the two people grab the dogs and go to the place with some sand nearby to play, Zhou was still a little worried and blew a whistle directly to call out Saiyan in the house. Saiyan, go play with Niu, Xianshan and the others, and watch them for me, okay? After Zhou explained, he saw Saiyan nodded seriously and then let it go to his daughter. In a blink of an eye, he saw several people coming over, one of whom he was very impressed. In the previous life, whether it was songs or gossip, they were all flying around. A man who can even visit a prostitute and make the prostitute popular is really extraordinary. Zhou Jixi was very welcoming to the arrival of several people. Needless to say, he felt it was worth it to see what this little brat was like. Although he was not a gay man, it did not prevent him from looking at those rotten girls and the man who wanted to be gay, Justin Bieber. Zhou Jixi walked over and gave Dale a bear hug without giving him time to react, saying, "Sorry, man, I was delayed by the matter of these two little guys just now. It's really rude. Ahem." I know, it's not that I don't blame you. Let go, ahem. Dale was a little suffocated by Zhou Jixi's hug. He originally wanted to tease Zhou Jixi, but he didn't expect that the expression in his eyes was seen by Zhou Jixi, so he gave Dale a bear hug. "Do you feel my enthusiasm? Dale, think about how long I haven't seen you. I have to say, man, I miss you so much." Zhou Jixi didn't feel uncomfortable with his hug and said to him happily, "Well, bastard, you are still as enthusiastic as before. You have a keen sense of smell like a Shiba Inu and are as cunning as a fox." Dale smoothed his wrinkled casual suit. "This is Armani's limited edition for this autumn. It took him a lot of effort to order it. I thought you were praising me." Zhou Jixi also kicked him to adjust his collar and said. The three people next to them saw the two of them and knew that they were a good pair of friends. At least when they were joking, there was nothing wrong. Marcus thought more highly of Dale. His friend was indeed a know-it-all and had a good ability in weaving connections. This is obviously a wealthy Asian man, and he can even be connected with him. You should know that the Asian community is not as easy to approach as they appear. They are no worse than other ethnic groups in terms of xenophobia. There are Chinese, Korean, Japanese, Vietnamese and so on, all of which are piled together. On the surface, they look neutral and peaceful, but they all have their own internal traditions. Of course, this is only about people in the ethnic community. There are many wealthy people who are not so xenophobic, but they will inevitably get closer when they meet. So it is okay to do business with them, but it is not easy to become friends. The old-fashioned and serious temperament can always be found in them. But the Asian tycoon in front of him didn't have that feeling. And he learned a lot of information about this person from Dal. Just being a member of Apple's board of directors, this title made him feel like he had seen a halo. And he also heard that Facebook, which has been rising rapidly recently, has invested a lot and has a large proportion among individual shareholders. From Dal's tone, it seems that his share is higher than those of the co-founders. As an old agent in the entertainment industry, he is a little ambitious and is very interested in getting to know rich people and increasing his network. You know, there are often a bunch of rich people around a rich person, and getting to know one of them will be helpful to his future career. Seeing that the two of them had almost finished communicating, Dal began to introduce himself and others to her friend. Marcus secretly tidied his clothes and carefully pulled Justin Bieber, who was still looking around, to signal him not to be too rude and wait a moment. "Jess, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Marcus Braun. Jess Zhou. As for what you want to call me, it's up to you, but I'm glad to meet you. There is a saying in China that it is a very happy thing to have friends coming from afar." Zhou Jixi stretched out his hand to shake hands with Marcus and said, "Thank you for your compliment. It is a happy thing that my arrival makes you happy. Haha. I will call you Jess. You can call me Marcus." Marcus Braun also said. Then Dal began to introduce another person. "This is the idol loved by girls all over the world recently, Justin Bieber. He is a pop singer." Jay Chou walked over and took a look. This little brat, although when watching the video, he felt that he looked like a little brat, but when looking at him face to face, he is a young man. It's just that his hairstyle makes him look a little childish. Jay Chou felt a little scared when he saw Justin Bieber. He was about to say something, but the man in front of him said it first. Jay Chou looked at Justin Bieber and smiled, then glanced at Dal and said, "Of course I know this boy, his brother sounds very good." Then Jay Chou looked at Justin Bieber and said, "Listen, man, I'm very happy to see you. My daughter has only been in the United States for a few days, but she has been attracted by your songs. She has been humming this in front of me recently. And it was slicker baby, baby, baba I like baby. Baby, babano like baby, bab I thought I would always mean Bieber smiled a little shyly at this time and felt a little complacent. He first said to Jay Chou, thank you for liking my song, it's Milner. It sounds good, keep it up, man. Well, I'll work hard. Justin Bieber was not as popular as in his previous life at this time, but he was already a little famous. At this moment, he was still the sunny boy who had just come out of Canada, a little shy and a little cute. Unlike a few years later, when he grew up, he was always busy with music and lacked education in other aspects. I have to say, you are such a handsome guy. Jay Chou patted his shoulder and said, come on, man, I just realized after seeing you that I'm just average looking. Justin had already discovered that Jay Chou had a good temper, so he said it to him in this tone. As he said that, he looked at Jay Chou's body again. His muscular body was obviously not covered by this casual shirt. Just the thick shoulders, the bulging chest muscles, when Jay Chou stood up, and the forearms exposed, after pulling up his sleeves were all pieces of muscle like assembly lines, which made Justin Bieber envious. And your muscles are simply amazing, man. As long as you can keep exercising and supplement enough nutrition, I believe you can also build a good body of muscles. Jay Chou said, looking at his small body. Jay Chou chatted with a few people casually for a few more words, and then invited them to sit in the house. They couldn't just stand and chat all the time. This person is here, how can I not give him a drink? As soon as he entered the villa, Justin Bieber jumped down from the beam and stood on Jay Chou's shoulder, startling the thumb monkey. But then another thumb monkey jumped down, causing his mood, which had just calmed down, to fluctuate for no reason. Oh my god, what kind of animal is this, Jess? Why is it so much like a monkey? But how can it be so small? The thumb monkey's small appearance is indeed very similar to a monkey. When Dahl saw this scene, he couldn't help but ask Jay Chou again. Jay Chou stretched his hand to his shoulder, and the little monkey king climbed onto his hand. He touched it a few times before handing it to Dahl and said, this is also related to monkeys, but it is originally small, about the same size as a squirrel. Dahl listened to Jay Chou's words and then went to look at the thumb monkey in Jay Chou's hand. This little thing looked like a monkey, but it was almost the same size as a squirrel. Marcus Braun was also attracted to take a look. This little monkey looked like a monkey. Justin Bieber was scared by these two little monkeys just now, and now he wanted to take a look at them the most. When he got closer, he took a look at the two monkeys. Wow. He couldn't help but sighed. These little things really look great. Of course, they are a kind of monkeys I like more. Although their brains are not very big, they are also very smart little guys. Zhao Jixi said complacently, and then he said to Zhao Wukong, help me get a lighter. Zhao Jixi just finished the words, and the thumb monkey in his hand quickly climbed down along his clothes. Then he ran forward for a distance, and found a lighter on the table in the living room. Chapter 380, Justin and Liu are tweeted together. Several people sat in the living room of Zhao Jixi's house. The nanny brought a few cups of hot tea, beer, or coffee. There were some snacks on the table. Of course, the candied fruit that Zhao Jixi liked was indispensable. There was an octagonal ceramic plate, which just happened to be divided into 8 small areas, and 8 different candied fruits were placed inside. There were also some pistachios, nuts and some sugary things that were placed in a few plates. Although there was no gold or silver equipment to show luxury, the porcelain left by Old Man Bada was used. Although it did not look luxurious, it was more elegant. There were no popular European patterns and gold frames on the porcelain plate. It was a pure pattern of blue and white porcelain in the Celestial Empire. The plate was painted with an old man and several fat dolls interacting with each other. There were some other patterns on the outside, which looked very much like the dishes that Zhao Jixi saw in the countryside, but it did not give people a sense of rusticity. This may be the fundamental difference between the so-called precision manufacturing and arbitrary fabrication. Anyway, when Jay Chou saw this old-fashioned flower porcelain, he liked it very much. It looked festive. But it was obvious that the other people didn't pay attention to the porcelain and food on the table. Instead, they kept looking at the little monkey king swinging on Jay Chou and the 6-eared monkey yawning on the table. Marcus, this kind of monkey is really amazing. I suddenly want to keep one too. Look at them, man. I just need to put them on my body, and I don't have to worry about them not getting enough exercise. They just crawl around like this. I don't even need to take them for a walk. They will eat whatever I eat. My god, this is really the most suitable pet for me. It's so cute, so rare, and rare. Man, it's really great. Justin Bieber said to his agent. Seeing him say this, Marcus knew that the boy was really tempted. He said this to him just to scare him and see if it would cause any trouble. By the way, he hoped that he would buy one for himself. As for Jay Chou's pets, he had never thought about buying anything. Would they be short of money for a little singer like him? The answer is of course no. There is no need to think about it. Everyone, drink a little first. These are my favorite snacks. They taste great. Jay Chou smiled at the few people and said, then picked up a piece of mango preserves and ate it. He also broke off a little bit of the edge and handed it to the little monkey king and Eliua, who was spinning around on her shoulder and beside her. Mr. Zhou, can you please let me have a little monkey? My god, they are so cute. Justin Bieber said to Jay Chou a little shyly and took off his sunglasses and looked at him straight with a little desire in his eyes. Do you think I will hand them over to you? Jay Chou paused as if jokingly and then saw that the atmosphere seemed to become a little tense because of his words. He felt a little refreshed in his heart. Of course he would have this feeling. Just think about teasing this little king who was very famous in his previous life and this life. How can this bad taste be bad? After seeing them a little embarrassed, Jay Chou laughed and said, of course. Is there any need to say this? Guys, you are all too nervous. Relax a little. Haha. But there is a small condition. After he laughed, the awkward situation suddenly became better, and they immediately understood that the young rich man was just joking with them. What condition? Only Justin Bieber reacted the fastest among the people sitting there, and immediately got into the question just now. At this time, it was unknown whether this popular little king was thick-skinned or had a quick reaction. Haha. It's very simple. You just need to call me Jess. Miss Zhou sounds a bit strange. I still like people to call me by my name. This is the meaning of having a name. Justin was frightened by this small condition, and then he reacted. The man in front of him was actually the age of his cousin, and was just joking with him, trying to make the atmosphere of the conversation better. No problem, Mr. Zhou. Sorry, it should be Jess. Justin Bieber habitually stretched out a hand and wanted to give a handshake. He treated J.C. Zhou, a rich man richer than his boss, as a young friend and performed the etiquette of just getting to know each other. In fact, he didn't really mind this. Even though he was a big star now, he still liked to play men's basketball with his former community partners or classmates, or play skateboards and other things. In front of his friends, he was still a very qualified friend, and now he got to know J.C. Zhou in this way. J.C. Zhou also looked at him with a little surprise, and then stretched out his hand to shake him twice. Marcus looked at Justin thoughtfully and said, this kid is really good. It turns out that he is the kid he likes. Not only is he talented in singing, but he is also good at weaving connections. J.C. Zhou first signaled Leo to go to Justin Bieber, and the little guy soon came to Justin. He carefully held it up with both hands, and looked at the little monkey carefully. Then he could put it down with just one hand. He touched its smooth fur with the other hand. The little guy stretched comfortably in his palm, and rubbed his head on Justin Bieber's palm. Zhou immediately felt it was fun, and his eyes looked at Liu even more enthusiastically. What a cute little guy. Zhao Jixi and a few others also saw this scene. The two felt that they were adults and should be more mature in doing things. They didn't say anything childish, so they could only look at Justin Bieber with envy. Try this. One of the main products of our farm orchard in the future. This preserved fruit is very delicious. I believe you will definitely want to take some back after eating it, Zhao Jixi said. When Zhao Jixi said it for the second time, the few people realized that they were just looking at the little monkey. Even the preserved fruit that he introduced many times, they had never eaten a piece. I didn't pay attention just now, but now I notice that the preserved fruit in the plate looks very attractive. Marcus and Dale each took a piece, put it in their mouths, and chewed it gently for a few times, and instantly a pure natural fruit flavor bloomed in their mouths. The fruity fragrance Sweetness and the slight sourness made it more flavorful. After eating one, the two couldn't help but take another piece and put it in their mouths. This tastes really good, Marcus said after eating a few more pieces. Well, and it doesn't feel a bit greasy when eaten. It's really great. Dale also said. I've said it before, the taste of this preserved fruit is very good. I plan to put it on the market and sell it next year. I hope to get a good sales volume. While the few people were chatting, Justin Bieber couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and started taking selfies. Not only did he take a picture of him, but also the 6 ears on his shoulder, who were leaning on him, also took a picture. The little thing Liu seemed to be very camera savvy. He even started to make various poses, which made Justin so happy that he didn't even pretend to be cool. His face was all smiles. Then he updated the photos he had taken on his Facebook. After posting this, he also posted it again on Twitter. The two contents were exactly the same. It's a very magical animal. He can actually make expressions and poses with me. Oh my god, this is really great. The accompanying picture is a group of photos of him and Liu with various expressions and poses. As a star who likes to use Twitter and Facebook, Justin has a very scary number of fans. Before he became famous, his fans could be counted in tens of thousands. After he became famous, his fans grew even more wildly. Now, he has more than 15 million fans on Facebook and Twitter. Although it is not as scary as the tens of millions later, this data should not be underestimated. You should know that Zhou has registered Twitter and Facebook for several months, and he only has about 100 fans. Some of them are friends and acquaintances, and some are tourists who just add people and follow him. Although Zhou is much richer than Bieber now, there is really no comparison in terms of the number of fans. Fortunately, he has not paid attention to this discouraging fact yet. Who knows if he will feel uncomfortable later. As soon as Bieber sent out this message, his clicks instantly exceeded 10,000, and within a few minutes, it began to break 100,000. It may be that he called on friends, plus Bieber's welfare broadcast, more and more fans came to watch. The message he posted on Twitter was instantly forwarded to fans. Since Twitter does not support the comment function, fans forwarded the original tweet and then made their own comments. In fact, this is equivalent to posting a new tweet. It will be more troublesome to compare with the several Weibo accounts of Penguin and New Wolf in China, but they also have some advantages. At least Twitter is not neutered. He does not manage the speech of users and adheres to the principle that users should speak for themselves, and it has nothing to do with him. And in China, if you don't censor or block those, the relevant departments will soon come out and have a good chat with you about life and ideals. So sometimes it's not that they don't want to, but that the national conditions are different. Even so, the speed of Twitter's spread is amazing. Chapter 381. Justin Bieber's message on Twitter was instantly forwarded by fans. Since Twitter does not support the comment function, fans forwarded the original tweet and then made their own comments, which is actually equivalent to posting a new tweet. However, this form is more troublesome than the Weibo of Penguin and New Wolf in China. But it also has some advantages. At least Twitter is a thing with a handle, and it is a man who has not been castrated. It does not manage the speech of users. It adheres to the principle that what users say is just what users say, and it has nothing to do with it. In China, if you don't castrate or block those, the relevant departments will soon come out and have a good chat with you about life and ideals. So sometimes it's not that they don't want to, but the national conditions are different. Despite this, the speed of Twitter's spread is beyond words. Nicole just updated her Twitter account, reposting Justin Bieber's tweet. Oh my god, this is so cute. I wasn't talking about my cute Bieber. I was talking about that little monkey. Oh my god, I think I'm crazy. No, you're not crazy, Nicole. I actually have the same idea as you. This little monkey is really cute. And oh, I didn't know there are such small monkeys in the world. Isn't this a toy? Nicole's friends and her circle of friends also reposted her Twitter and Justin Bieber's Twitter. This is not the first or second girl. There are thousands of people who couldn't help but repost Bieber's Twitter happily after seeing his tweet and attached their own comments. Oh my god, this is a marmoset, which grows in the Amazon basin in South America. It is the smallest monkey in the world. I didn't expect it to be so cute with my bibeo. My god, look at his naughty expression. I really like it. Another girl began to be crazy about him. No matter what, our Bieber is still so handsome and cute. My Justin, my Bieber, the man in my heart. Or a crazy girl. Speaking of which, Justin Bieber does have a group of die-hard fans. They followed those who liked him when Bieber was not famous yet. They think they discovered Bieber earlier than the general public. Although the fact is indeed like this, these people feel very accomplished that they and others have pushed Bieber to his current position, as if they did it themselves. Of course, some people have found some different places where Bieber has never been before. Looking at the photo of the back, it seems a bit luxurious, and the style seems to have a stronger rural atmosphere. The scenery behind Bieber is the special repair of Zhou's home, and there is a glass window, which also reveals the grass behind. Where is this? Where is our Justin now? How can he meet such a cute little guy? Justin Bieber's Facebook account is also full of comments, some good and some bad. Of course, those who like to criticize others will always exist, especially idols like him, who will have more opportunities to be criticized. Zhou also quickly discovered this narcissistic boy. Hey, Justin, I didn't expect you to like taking selfies too. Zhou, with a little mischief, threw a small piece of preserved fruit to Justin Bieber and suddenly spoke to distract his attention. When Bieber reacted, the small preserved fruit was already in front of him. However, he just closed his eyes and didn't feel anything touching him. He opened his eyes with a little surprise and saw that Leo on his head had already taken the piece of preserved fruit. Haha. Smart little guy, I didn't expect you to save me again. Justin said with a little surprise and wanted to protect Leo and kiss him, but now the little guy just wants to eat the preserved fruit in his hand. He just thought Zhou threw it to him, otherwise how could there be so much space to help Justin take it? So Bieber still wanted to be intimate with it, but it was obviously unwilling. Unfortunately, Justin obviously couldn't see its displeasure, and Leo could only accept his intimacy with a depressed look on his face. Dude, it seems that your sneak attack plan is not very successful. Look at this little baby. I just realized that it still likes me, otherwise it wouldn't have saved me. Justin said to Zhou with a little pride. Good boy, you are lucky this time. Zhou looked a little helpless, but this was just for show. According to his eyesight and hand speed, as long as he is a little more serious, it is no problem to hit Justin Bieber. After Justin laughed a few times, he said, I just uploaded the photos of this little guy and me to the internet. I didn't expect that many people like it. This is really great. Justin Bieber said a little excitedly. Obviously, Zhou's little joke just now was not suitable for the topic he wanted to talk about, and the little boy automatically ignored it. After hearing what she said, Zhou looked at him with a little doubt and said, do many people like it? I remember I uploaded some photos of them, and there were quite a lot of people who saw it. Zhou said quite a lot of people here, which means that there are about dozens of tourists. Yes, my tweet has been forwarded 100,000 times now. Bieber nodded seriously. Although he was still talking excitedly, he also revealed that it was only 100,000 people. Zhou felt embarrassed instantly and secretly patted his chest. Fortunately, he didn't say too proudly how many people had seen it. Otherwise, Bieber's 100,000 and his dozens of people, he would blush a little now. Oh, that's great. It seems that our Justin is still very popular. When Zhou said this, Justin Bieber looked a little proud. Obviously, he still cares about the number of his fans. And the fans he has now also make him very satisfied. Marcus saw that this was a good time for him to come in and say something. Our Justin looks like a rising star. As long as he can manage the current number of fans, I believe he will have a long way to go in the future. Yeah, that's true. Dale also said. So Justin, how many fans do you have now? Zhou asked directly. Now, about 15 million. I'll just go and check the specific number. He quickly picked up his phone and looked at it. Man, my Facebook and Twitter now have 15,236,543 people. Well, Zhou felt a little confused when he heard it. This is the difference. After all, he is also a singer. He sings well and looks like a handsome guy. What can he say about having more fans? And he has many more fans than him, which made him feel dissatisfied and buried in a cemetery. Well, it's really good. Zhou nodded and said, I have to say, Justin, I'm really a little too envious and jealous when I see the number of your fans. Justin's expression seemed to be a little enlightened, but he still said, it's just that our professions are different. As a public star, I think it would be absolutely not a good thing if I don't have fans. Yes, it seems that it's time for me to need some girls. I only have more than 100 fans. Compared with you, it really feels very strange. Zhou said with a smile. After listening to Justin, he said to Zhou, man, if you still need some fans, I can help a little. Oh, man, you are so handsome. I can make you famous in the near future. Justin looked at Zhou, looked at his muscles with a little jealousy, and said to Zhou, I think as long as you send a message on Twitter, I will tag you directly and put the message in my account. This will not only increase your traffic, but also increase your traffic. If others are satisfied with what they see, they will directly collect you. In this way, you can quickly increase many fans. What do you think, Jess? As long as you continue to post interesting messages on Twitter and Facebook from time to time, I think you can definitely keep some people who follow you. But I don't know why you want so many followers. You are not a public figure, so there is no need to do that, right? Zhou also felt that he was too excited. Several people ate the delicious preserved fruits at Zhou's house and chatted about many topics casually. He invited Dale to come here this time, in addition to expressing his gratitude for Dale's help last time. Secondly, there are some things recently, and Zhou may have to trouble him to come. But he didn't expect that he would bring friends here this time. So I didn't talk to him about some issues first, but just talked about some other relaxing things. But this also made him more intimate and familiar with Marcus and Justin. Compared to when they first came, they were all a little embarrassed, but now they were like friends. Having said that, it was just a follow, and everything else was fine. Chapter 382. Justin sized up Jay Chou, looked at his muscles with a little jealousy, and said to Jay Chou, I think as long as you post a message on Twitter, I will directly tag you and put the message in my account. This will not only increase your traffic, but also if others are satisfied with what they see, they will directly bookmark you. In this way, you can quickly increase a lot of fans. What do you think, Jess? As long as you continue to post some interesting messages on Twitter and Facebook from time to time, I think you can definitely keep some of the people who follow you. But I don't know why you want so much attention. You are not a public figure. There is no need to do that, right? Zhou also wondered if he was just getting carried away. Several people ate the delicious preserved fruits at Zhou's house and chatted about many topics. He invited Dale here this time, in addition to expressing his gratitude for Dale's help last time. Secondly, there were some things recently, and Zhou might have to trouble him again. But he didn't expect him to bring his friends here. So he didn't talk to him about some issues first, but just talked about some other relaxing things. But this also made him and Marcus and Justin chat more intimately and familiarly. Compared to when they just came, several people were still a little embarrassed, but now they were like friends. Having said that, it's just a little more, and everything else is fine. Justin Bieber on the internet has become popular again, and even Zhou's Leo and the little monkey king who took photos with him later have become popular. The two little guys look smart, and it seems that this is a smart little guy, unlike some other small animals, or their kind, which are obviously stupid. The entertainment media in the United States have received a request from the editor-in-chief to report this as a news story. Of course, whoever can find these two cute little things will be on the headlines. And they can also get a lot of money. They can already predict that this kind of pet will be popular for a while in the future. Of course, the public is more concerned about where Justin met these two monkeys, but when asked about this, Justin Bieber is like a C, directly receiving the message but not replying. He did not tell the fans where it was, just said that he came to his house at the request of a friend, and hoped that everyone would not disturb his life. Don't try to find out where it is, or who that person is. The United States is a country that does a good job in respecting the rights of the people. Except for some media, the others are really good. Especially if this person is not a public figure, people are not likely to follow up and do such reports. At lunchtime, the old lady came back. Seeing that she was free and in a good mood today, she cooked a few dishes herself. The ingredients used were grown in Zhou's farm. They were all plants that had been watered with space water. In addition, the earth had also released the vitality of the earth, so the land was also unusually fertile. Although these dishes tasted a little worse than the finished products in the space, they tasted better than ordinary ingredients in the outside world. The children on the table not only finished their meals quickly, but also called the nanny to ask them for another bowl. If Zhou and the old lady hadn't watched and controlled their food intake, the children would have eaten until their stomachs were bloated. Marcus Braun and Justin Bieber and his group at the table also liked the food cooked by the old lady very much. The old lady has lived in the West for so many years, and she would also consider the appetite of people here when cooking. So when she distributes the seasonings and some special flavoring powders, she would add a little bit. While holding the taste, it can also make Westerners like it. After all, some traditional Chinese dishes are not something Westerners are used to. Americans are used to the Southern Chinese food. After dinner, they sat outside on the terrace and chatted. Justin was still talking about the meal. Really, man, this is the best meal I have ever had. Even the dishes made by Michelin chefs are not as good as Ms. Yang's. Zhou took a sip of juice, smiled and said, "It's only because you seldom eat Chinese food, and the food you cooked today tasted really good. That's why you think it tastes better than those made by professional Michelin chefs. In fact, we are just amateur food lovers. Compared with professionals, we still have a little gap." Jess, as expected, Chinese people are all humble, but I really think Ms. Yang's cooking is delicious. Okay, if you think it's good, come to my house often in the future. In addition to eating the food made by my master, I will also cook myself. What do you think? Wow, that's great, my friend. Justin Bieber said excitedly, then looked at Zhou with a little doubt and said, "Jess, can you cook too?" Haha. Of course, although my cooking is not as good as my master's, it also has some special flavor. I hope you will like it then. Zhou and Justin chatted again. It seemed that they had a lot to talk about today, but they didn't talk for long before Zhou took out his phone and took selfies and group photos with Justin Bieber. The phone belonged to Zhou, and Bieber didn't mind taking photos with him, but he still loved to show off and had a habit of playing pranks. While taking photos, he also made some funny movements. After a while, he also took up his sunglasses and put them on his eyes, pretending to be cool and taking a few more photos. Even Dale and Marcus were not spared, and they were pulled over to take photos or asked to help take photos. Then Justin Bieber also saw the two cute little girls he met when they had dinner together. He had never thought that Zhou actually had such a big daughter. Oh my god, he didn't know what decision the man in front of him made. When he was only 15 years old, he chose to give birth to a child and raised him. This matter seemed a bit too incredible to him. Unless the girl or Zhou was a so-called Catholic or a devout believer, they were against abortion and believed that it was absolutely an extremely sinful thing. So at that age, they could only give birth to the child to calm down the accusations in their hearts. But never mind, Bieber felt that he was not yet at the right time to ask these questions. But taking a few photos with these two cute little princesses, he thought it would be a wonderful memory. He told Zhou about this idea, and Zhou agreed without thinking too much, but he said to Bieber helplessly, "Boy, if you want girls to take photos with you, I want to show your charm. They can't be coaxed down by a piece of candy." Justin smiled slightly, a little proud. "This is exactly what I'm good at." Looking at this slightly narcissistic brother speechlessly, Zhou just smiled. Marcus seemed to have discovered that Zhou had something to talk to Dao. So he asked him for a fishing rod, saying that he wanted to go to the lake under the villa to see if he could catch a few fish. After the two of them left, and only Dale and Zhao were left, he smiled slightly. "My friend, although this little guy looks handsome, as a man I still like women more. Come on, man, I don't think this is a place for me to bring ordinary girls. I don't want to slap your teacher's teeth out with a slap." Dale saw the scene of the old lady using the wooden man to practice martial arts and began to pay attention to the sound of slapping, thinking that the thing was a hollow thing. Who would have thought that? He later thought it was fun, and the old lady was no longer inside, so he wanted to go up and try it. Who knew that he also wanted to slap it to see how loud it could be? When he slapped it, there was indeed a sound, but it was a very low one. Don't be on the scene anymore. You can only hear his screams. And then he touched his slightly red and swollen palm and blew air. When Zhou came over, he could only look at his embarrassing look with a smile. He laughed non-stop and finally helped him wipe a special medicinal wine, which made Dale, whose palm was burning, feel much better. But he also looked at the old lady with a bit of strangeness, thinking about how much strength she had to use to make that sound. If it hit a person, he felt that, if he was thinner, his bones would probably be broken. Now he said this to Zhou, but he seemed to be a little scared. Although he felt a little scared, he did not have the idea of becoming her apprentice, but for some reason, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Dale, I think you are right. It is indeed possible. It seems that we need to cultivate more tacit understanding in the future. It is a good choice to do this outside in the future. Zhou smiled and said to him, "Okay, my friend, next time we have a chance, let's go and have a look together," Dale said. Then he looked at Zhou and asked, "Tell me, my friend, what do you want to talk to me about this time?" Zhou nodded and said, "I really want to talk to you. I recently had an idea that I have been thinking about for a few months. I think the time is right now. I want to finalize the preliminary preparations first. In this way, the subsequent things can be done a lot faster. But I still don't know much about this, and I want to ask you for a small favor. See if you know anyone." Chapter 384. Before the auction. The previous chapter has been modified. I apologize. I was a little confused yesterday. I updated it when I came back. I just got home today and posted it immediately. If you can't read it on your mobile phone, you should be able to read it on the website first. Just log in, and you don't have to subscribe again. I'm really sorry for the trouble I caused you. Thank you, buddy. Now I think you are better than those headhunting companies. You can definitely consider becoming a headhunter," Zhou said jokingly. "Of course, I don't charge." Dale also smiled and said. But suddenly he was stunned for a moment, and then he stopped talking. Zhou looked at him a little strangely, and was still thinking in his heart that this guy didn't tell me that he wanted to charge me. Did I take the opportunity to beat him up? Or did I take the opportunity to beat him up? Well, it's better to beat him up. He thought about it for a while, and Dale just finished thinking. "What's wrong with my friend?" Zhou asked. Dale looked at Zhou, and with a little excitement, he held Zhou's hands and said, "Man, I think what you just said makes perfect sense. My god. I have been wandering in front of this door for so long. It turns out that I can really do this. I can open a headhunting company. With my connections and relationships in California, I can definitely support the company." Zhou felt a little weird holding his hand. Although he knew that Dal liked women, who knew if he was bisexual, and he felt weird about two grown men holding hands together. He quickly smiled, pulled his hand out without leaving any trace, pretended to touch his hair, and said, "Dal, you don't really want to do this? Just because of what I said? Isn't it too rash?" No, my friend. Your words made me think of a lot of things at once. I think I can adapt to this industry. I have some understanding of people in various industries, especially the tea industry. With my connections, I can definitely help them get better treatment and find better companies. After the difficulty, I can earn that little tip. Isn't this a good idea? Dal became more and more excited as he thought about it. He almost started to think about the establishment of his company and where to get business. After calculating one by one, he can definitely make the company profitable and earn him a lot of US dollars. And all he has to pay is to let some people leave their original companies and go to companies that can give them better treatment, more salary and more happiness. Of course, this is about loyalty or not, but everyone has the right to pursue happiness. He has even thought of the slogan now, and he looks like he thinks this thing has great potential. Zhou Jixi even thinks that he should take medicine. Dale, have you taken your medicine? Zhou Jixi asked tentatively. Medicine? What medicine? How do you know I need to take medicine? Dale looked at Zhou Jixi with a strange look on his face. Zhou Jixi suddenly understood. This is my friend. He did not give up treatment. He is really good. A strong life means having the courage to face and not give up on yourself. Recently, the doctor suggested that I eat more of this thing, saying that it is good for my cough. My god, you don't know how irritated I am when I see these little things. Although he said it with a depressed look on his face, he still scooped out the small bottle he carried with him, opened it, scooped out a few watermelons and ate them. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the watermelon auction that Zhou Jixi was looking forward to was about to arrive. This reminded him of the time when he was just reborn. He scooped watermelons and went to the vegetable market to sell them. He hired a tricycle and rented a small vegetable stall. However, because the watermelons tasted delicious, the small stall was not big enough to accommodate all the customers. In the end, he went directly to the small warehouse he rented next to the market to buy and sell. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh. He remembered the fat aunt who was kind and a little greedy at that time, and the two aunts who looked like passers-by. Fang Zheng was the fat aunt, who was very impressive. In the morning, after Zhou Jixi finished boxing and had breakfast with his master, he walked on the grassland outside and walked the dog. As for Marcus Braun, Justin Bieber, Dahl and others who were still in the guest room, they were probably still sleeping. The farm was a bit hasty to set up in a short period of time, but an experienced company was hired to set up it, and the auctioneer was also a professional. In addition, as the main thing, the security system in the farm has begun to be established step by step, although it has only occupied a small area now. The bodyguard team also began to grow gradually. The fastest ones to come were the mercenaries who decided to retire from the army. They were famous for their ability to serve customers quickly. Zhou Jixi needed people to decorate the facade at this time, so of course he transferred these people first, and then made further arrangements, and signed formal contracts after the event. Of course, there was also an audit. Many people came, but it was destined that not so many people would be needed to work together. This was the most important thing, and now it was in charge of Zhou Jixi's master, Old Lady Yang. There were not many people coming, but at least it guaranteed that the farm would look much better. He was no longer a ***silk, but a tycoon. Well, tycoon. The contracts of these people have now been assigned to the security company he had just created. However, the security company and the farm are operated separately, and each has its own null tax system. He also wanted the farm to sign a contract with the security company, and his personal security would also be assigned to the company's orders. According to his private lawyer and private accountant, this is beneficial to his tax structure and some government tax reduction policies, which can reduce his tax by at least hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. Obviously, it is reasonable to steal money from the United States occasionally. How could Zhou Jixi not do such a thing? That is definitely impossible. Several towers have been built in the farm, and searchlights have been installed. The design of the tower is very simple, just like building blocks, with steel and some wood spliced together. Although the style looks simple, the design is indeed very creative. Zhou Jixi doesn't know how to buy this thing, but he doesn't know if he doesn't bring a watch. Kyo just needs to contact the other company, and the other company will be able to deliver it to the door soon and help assemble it. Due to time constraints, try to install it in a few locations first. Wait until they are installed. Zhou Jixi also planted some vines below and gave a lot of vitality water, hoping that they will grow faster. Find a place to enclose the tower, not only to make it hidden, but also to get closer to nature. Boss, the auction site is ready. Now we just need to wait for the guests to arrive. Are you going there now? Atwood walked to Jay Chou and said to him, well, I'll go there now, otherwise I won't be able to receive those people when they come. Where's the woman from the public relations company? Why don't I see her? Jay Chou frowned and said to Atwood, this woman was invited by Jay Chou to take care of the layout of the auction venue. As for the auction, he invited a senior auctioneer to come and control the atmosphere of the scene so that his watermelon can be sold at a high price. However, this gypsy woman who is already in her 30s, Zhou did not see her come to keep it with him. You know, she is a famous workaholic. It's a pit for him to let him down at this critical moment. Boss, Director Elia is now really inspecting the venue for the last time. I think she will be here soon. Haha. I think with her professionalism, there won't be any accidents. I hope so too. Zhou said as his phone rang. He picked up the phone, and it was Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO of the company. What does this guy want from me? Is there something that can't make him come? Zhou guessed secretly, and picked up the phone. Hey, Jess, I think I need you to come out for a while, or call your tall and muscular security consultant. My invitation is on the way. I don't know which bastard gave it to me. Oh my god, fuck. Well, man, I want to say now, I can't fucking get in. Zhou just picked up the phone, and the pockmarked guy on the other side spoke quickly in English. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this guy came so early, but he didn't bring an invitation. God knows which thief would steal his things. Okay, man. I'll come out to pick you up now. And be nice to the muscular man opposite you. He just came back from the battlefield, and I think he has a gun in his hand. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I don't think I can guarantee it. After Zhou finished speaking, Mark Zuckerberg greeted the muscular man in front of him, who was wearing a black short-sleeved combat uniform, combat pants and military boots. He looked extremely serious, and seemed to be a little intimidated. At this time, Mark Zuckerberg seemed to be able to feel that the man in front of him was full of murderous aura. Because this black man was Zhou's bodyguard, also known as security consultant Raymond. His eyes were staring at Mark Zuckerberg at this time, as if he was some kind of dangerous person. Mark was stared at, and felt a little hairy, but he said, okay, man, thank you for your reminder, I think I have felt it. I personally think that, if you can come to pick me up soon, our day will be better. Zhou smiled secretly. He could imagine that Mark's face must not be very good at this time, but he could only hold it in, so as not to be beaten by this black man. It seems that it is a good thing to put this black man outside as a door. And the tall and strong man that Zhou admired at the beginning is definitely a very good idea. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile secretly. Chapter 385 A Magical Place. Zhou drove a 6-seater environmentally friendly sightseeing car, which was originally rented by the farm. There is also a golf course in the farm, but there are only 3 or 4-seater cars. Zhou saw that he would have many guests in the future, so he bought a few larger ones for emergency use. Today, these cars have been distributed. He still considered that there might be some friends who needed him to receive and take a look, so he kept one for himself. At this time, he drove outside and saw Raymond standing in the middle outside the iron gate, and several security personnel under him stood behind the captain. It was clear that they would follow up at any time as backup. And Mark Zuckerberg didn't even look at this big black guy now. He pretended to chat with his girlfriend Unseen Parker who came with him, but secretly wondered why Zhou hadn't come yet. His friends and girlfriend were very comfortable. They were not like Mark, a foul-mouthed person. After Mark lost the invitation, he probably wanted to use his face card with Raymond. But Raymond didn't fall for it, and then he probably started to talk nonsense again. As for the result, Zhou could already imagine it. Comparing the size of the two, he knew that the boy would never do anything irrational, and he didn't want the black guy to do anything irrational. Because even with his friends and girlfriend, there was really no chance of winning in a fist fight. Mark Zuckerberg, who was uncomfortable, smiled immediately when he saw Zhou driving over, and waved to him. Hey, Jess, hurry up. Can you imagine how long I have been waiting? God, this is definitely not a good trip. Hurry up, man. I want a cup of hot coffee now. After seeing Zhou coming in front of him, Mark Zuckerberg quickly opened his mouth and spit saliva at him. It really made him feel some enthusiasm. Zhou got out of the car and gave Mark Zuckerberg a hug. He then said, okay, I know Mark. But now, guys, you better get in the car. He was also familiar with Unseen Parker and Priscilla. After casting an inquiring look at the two, He saw that the two shrugged their shoulders helplessly. He could only smile, then turned his head and said, "Raymond, I'm really sorry to disturb your work. These are indeed my friends. But you can see that they didn't look very lucky when they came. They lost the invitation." Zhou Jixi certainly wouldn't say anything to Raymond because he had explained that he only recognized the invitation and not the person. Unless he came, he would never let irrelevant people in. You know, there are quite a few rich people here, and American entertainment reporters also like to report some gossip about the rich. If they get in, it will be terrible. When Raymond heard the boss say this, his heart was immediately warmed. He was ready to take the blame for the boss. Although his work attitude was appropriate, it still made the boss's friends feel embarrassed. This would make Zhou Jixi feel better. But Zhou Jixi not only did not do that, but also talked to him like this. This respectful attitude made him very happy. You know, because he is black, he is also discriminated against in a clear or hidden way. As an employee, it is normal to take the blame for the boss sometimes. According to his thinking, Zhou Jixi might scold him a few words, and then laugh it off with this pockmarked guy. Then he came to talk to him privately, but although he would not say anything about Zhou Jixi's behavior, it was definitely not as comfortable as this attitude. The few people following Raymond also saw Zhou Jixi's attitude, and they couldn't help but nodded silently. Being able to work under such a boss, it seems that future work will be much happier. Even Sean Parker, Mark Zuckerberg and his girlfriend nodded when they saw Zhou Jixi's attitude. Although he was not very happy as the protagonist, he was still clear about right and wrong. He would not say anything about Zhou Jixi's behavior. He was not the kind of stingy person. He was just doing his job, but this also gave him a new understanding of Zhou Jixi. He now looks like a reliable and trustworthy friend. Zhou Jixi obviously didn't know that his words made these people look up to him. But if he really knew, he would certainly be happier and secretly be proud of his behavior. "Okay boss, this is just a small problem." The smile on Raymond's black face was not very good looking, but compared to the expression just now, it made people feel much warmer. Then he signaled his men behind him to let a few people go, and there was no need to be a level 1 guard. "That's good. You guys have worked hard today. I'll go in first," Zhou Jixi said as he got into the car. There was already someone who couldn't wait to leave, so he deliberately quickened his pace and walked over. The car started very quickly. Zhou Jixi drove them for a few hundred meters before saying, "Happy, be cell phone song yi li mei lang lu wen kiki pu hu lu you now you p." The other two people in the car also laughed. "Haha. Shit, I will never give in to violence. Come on, brother, look who I saw." That was embarrassed just now. You know, Raymond has a good temper. "It must be your stinky mouth that pissed him off," Zhou Jixi said with such a look. Okay. I don't know which sentence among those words I said just now offended the big black guy, but I think I definitely didn't say any word starting with F. I can guarantee it. Sean Parker and his girlfriend couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Come on, you keep talking about the big black guy, no one will give you a good attitude." Of course, Jay Chou is no exception. He said in a bad mood, "Brother, don't you know that you have been using the word big black guy from beginning to end?" Mark obviously realized his mistake, but Zhou Jixi looked at this bastard unexpectedly. Is this the legendary genius? It seems that some aspects are indeed different from others, or he has never cared about Raymond. So he doesn't care too much about his choice of words. After all, Raymond is not his customer or investor. It might be a bit early to go to the venue now, so Zhou Jixi drove directly to the villa area. When the car drove over, several people also saw the appearance of the house, which can be said to be pleasing to the eye. At this time, there were several birds in the lake of the villa foraging for small fish. A bird that looked pretty first looked at the lake motionlessly, and then it was a fierce attempt to catch the moon from the bottom of the sea. Obviously, it was impossible to catch the moon, but it was also a small harvest. A fish was still swinging its tail outside its mouth, and then it seemed to swallow it, and the fish instantly went into its stomach. Two big ducks and a little duck were playing a diving game on the dock, splashing water. Zhou Jixi felt that this girl was watching the diving show with him from time to time. She even did a 700-degree flip. "How tall are you, man?" On the leisure platform at the door, several dogs were lying there basking in the sun. The brothers would lick their brothers from time to time. Ian was sitting in the middle of the dogs, helping to turn over their hair to see if he could find some fleas to make some snacks. And I don't know who helped the two children climb onto the turtle's back today so that Chyanshan could take Niu to ride on a giant tortoise. Now they are actually walking directly on the grass outside the villa. The two girls were still laughing happily on it, and even his father and uncle were obviously forgotten. This made him a little jealous. Oh my god, Mark, look, that's a platypus. They are actually playing diving in the lake. Priscilla Chan said in amazement, while holding Mark Zuckerberg's arm. And, look over there, my god, there are two little girls carrying such a big turtle. My god, what am I seeing? A fantasy world? There are actually a few dogs lying with the gorillas. Mark kept looking around as his girlfriend told him. He should have felt a little bored, but at this time he didn't feel any bored at all. He just thought that what his girlfriend said was great. Every time she talked about a picture, Mark would look over, and the pictures he saw were often very good. Zhou Jixi looked at these strange landscapes in his home that shocked and amazed people, and he was very proud and happy in his heart. He also happily said loudly, "Okay guys, welcome to my house. As for everything you see now, I think it is absolutely true, because this is my home." Several people were shocked by these pictures for dozens of seconds, before they came to their senses and reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Looking at Jay Chow, he said, "Wow, Jess, your house looks really great. Oh my god, I can actually see such a beautiful flying picture, to children riding a big turtle." Women are always a little sentimental. Priscilla looked at Jay Chow with bright eyes and said, "Yeah, Jess, is that a tortoise? It's really big. I didn't expect you to have such a big tortoise. It looks really cool." Sean Parker followed him with envy. "And those two should be platypuses? I remember seeing them once before. It's really amazing in nature. Everything is worthy of praise." Mark was very interested in the big duck and the little duck. Update fast pure text. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 386 Strange People. Seeing these curious kids throwing out a bunch of questions, Zhou Jixi felt that he was a little caught off guard. But fortunately, there were only a few sentences, which made it much easier for him to answer. "That is indeed a tortoise, a subspecies of the Galapagos tortoise. This big guy looks amazing. The first time I saw it, I was conquered by its appearance. It looks so great. I think I should get it. It's really great," Zhou Jixi said excitedly. "Well, indeed, I want one now," Sean Parker said with great interest. "Imagine keeping them at home. This is such a cool thing." Just the conversation between the two made Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla frown slightly. They remembered that this tortoise is already an endangered species. But their friends still want to buy and sell them. You know, there is demand before crime, and poaching is one of them. They will obviously spread the bad influence. Make those poachers who work hard for money even more rampant, to catch this kind of tortoise for them. Now they were chatting like this, which made them a little embarrassed. Although Mark was also a rich man, his family was indeed middle class, and his parents were very concerned about his education. It can be said that his moral, intellectual and physical qualities were still very good at certain times. So they were a little disgusted with the two of them talking about this, but they were all friends, so they didn't want to ruin everyone's mood. "Come on, Sean. I think it would be a complete torture for them to keep them at home. I think it would be the same for you personally. These big guys are not as easy to serve as you think," Zhou Jixi said. "Why?" Sean Parker asked Zhou Jixi with a questioning look on his face. "Man, they are natural, and they want to live in a free place. Even if you have a villa, it is obviously impossible for them to get what they want." Zhou Jixi was still a little complacent when he said this. Seeing the strange expressions on the faces of several people, Zhou Jixi smiled proudly, opened his arms, and pretended to embrace nature and said, "Guys, although you just watch me keep them as pets, I have never restricted their freedom. On the contrary, I give them more freedom. Think about it. How big are those protected areas built for them? How big is my farm? This is a farm with 114,000 hectares, or 1,140 square kilometers. Do you know what this means? This is a big place, a very big place. Believe me, guys, they are definitely more comfortable here than in that so-called protected area. And all they pay is to be treated as pets. Unless those authority figures can become them, who can say that they are not happy. Zhao's back suddenly seemed to be much taller in the eyes of several people at this time, and it was really different from his usual unreliable appearance. What do you think, Scene? He suddenly turned his head and asked Scene Parker. Scene Parker is not a simple character. He has lived a lawless life. He used to be a hacker, but was later arrested by the federal police for his hacking activities. He was freed after a period of community service. Then he started a company from scratch. Although he was kicked out of the company by the board of directors due to capital issues, he turned around and joined Facebook with the money. Although he has been kicked out now, this man looks young, but he has done so many things. According to his own words, he has changed the world at least once, which is true. The last changes on the internet were also participated in by him, either for good or for crime, but in the end, they all changed people's attitude towards the internet. Scene, who was wearing a brand name suit, smiled at Zhao, looked at him with a little depression and said, "Good Jess, although what you said is very boastful, I have to admit that what you said makes sense. It seems that I should also buy a large farm and consider raising a few of these big guys." Although the conversation between the two people is still similar to the original meaning, there is actually a big difference in essence. Mark and his girlfriend also relaxed their frowns. "Well, if you like, you can come to Jess's house more often. I think he will welcome you very much." "Oh." Zhao smiled and nodded. "Of course, man, you are always welcome here. If it's Mark, I might consider it. I don't want Priscilla to say to me one day, 'Hey Jess, you are all this bastard who led Mark astray.' This is obviously not a good feeling, but Scene, if it's you, we can still communicate about some hobbies." Ha ha ha. Several people laughed tacitly. You know, in addition to all these achievements, Scene is also a famous playboy. When it comes to dealing with women, Zhao feels that he has a lot in common with him. Moreover, when the two met, they had already fought and worked together. It can be said that they are comrades on the battlefield, going online and offline together. Even if they were friends with a strong sense of strangeness at the beginning, they became quite familiar later. When several people walked to the front of the villa, Priscilla Chen wanted to run to see the two lovely girls. There is also the particularly large tortoise, which is also a very attractive thing. "Hey, two beautiful ladies, can I play with you?" Niu and Cheyenne saw a woman who looked similar to them and suddenly spoke to them in English. They all looked at her strangely. You know, during the time they came to the United States, they really didn't see many people with yellow skin and black hair on the farm. At this time, they suddenly saw another one. Although they didn't know what it meant to be in tears when fellow villagers met, but it didn't prevent them from feeling close. Cheyenne can already understand a lot of words. After practicing California slang, she can also speak a lot, especially the slang of Merst. It also has a strong Merst flavor. All of this is thanks to the two nanny aunts. When the little guy has nothing to do, he likes to go to the two to chat. Of course, it can also be said that he keeps asking why. Why? This is so strange. What is this? Fortunately, the aunt works in Zhao house, and it is also quite easy. She still gets a high salary, and she is not annoyed by this cute little girl. They can chat together with a smile, which also makes Cheyenne speak English with a strong Californian accent. Of course, she has to speak first. Niu is still at the keyword stage, and she only knows daily expressions. You can't speak fast, and the tone must be Californian accent for her to hear clearly. Are you also from China? Why have I never seen you before? Cheyenne asked her curiously. No, I'm no longer from China. My parents immigrated to this land before I was born, so I'm a girl born in the United States. Of course, this also makes me an American. Priscilla Chen walked over and gestured to Cheyenne. Oh, then you are an American, but where are you from? Yes, girl. As for me, I came to your house today as a guest. It was Jessie Zhou who invited us here. Priscilla Chen was a little patient with the child. She secretly touched the turtle back under the girl and sighed in her heart, wow, this elephant tortoise looks really big. Cheyenne Chen saw Priscilla Chen say Zhao Jixi's name and saw her pointing at Zhao Jixi. She proudly puffed out her chest, pointed at Zhao Jixi with her little finger and said, "That's my uncle." At this time, a smug expression was obvious. Niu seemed to know that the two were talking about her father, so she also poked her head out from behind her sister and said, "That's my father." Her face was also full of pride. If Zhao Jixi saw it, he would be very surprised. What happened? He was so worthy of admiration. Ah. Priscilla looked at Niu with a strange look on her face. Could this child have taken hormones? She looked 6 or 7 years old. Is she Jess's daughter? The question in her mind made her stunned. Jess remembers that he was a very young guy. If he had a 6 or 7-year-old daughter, how old would he be to have a child? How is it? He looks great. But it seems that you have no chance. I remember that the aunt's breasts were bigger than yours last time, and uncle likes girls with big breasts. Cheyenne Chen said shockingly. However, she seemed to feel that something was wrong, and added, Uncle Raymond said that. Yes, that's him. Raymond shot the little girl. Although he said that, he didn't tell this sweet girl. I don't know when the child eavesdropped. Priscilla's face couldn't help but become embarrassed. She opened her mouth and froze there. She didn't know what to say, or she couldn't say anything. The expression on her face became a little unpredictable, but she began to laugh and cry in her heart. She even deliberately lowered her head to look at her thing. It's not small, is it? How big does Jess, this bastard, like? Is he a little perverted in this regard? Zhao Jixi didn't know how many shots he had been shot at now. If he really shot, it could be said that he was riddled with holes. Now even Mark's girlfriend has started to gossip about him. This really has to be said. It's true that if you do too many bad things, your character will be ruined. Chapter 387. Niu seemed to know that the two were talking about their fathers, so she poked her head out from behind her sister and said, "That's my father." She was actually very proud. If Zhao Jixi saw this, he would be very surprised. Why was he so worthy of admiration? Priscilla looked at Niu with a strange look on her face. Could this child have taken hormones? She looked 6 or 7 years old. She was Jess's daughter? The question in her mind made her stunned. Jess was a very young guy, right? If he had a 6 or 7-year-old daughter, how old would he be to have a child? How is it? He looks great. But you don't have a chance. I remember that the aunt had bigger breasts than you last time, and uncle likes girls with big breasts. Cheyenne Chen said in a shocking way. However, she seemed to think something was wrong, and added, "This is what Uncle Raymond said." Yes, it's him. Raymond shot the little girl. Although he said this, he didn't tell Cheyenne Chen. I don't know when this kid eavesdropped. Priscilla's face couldn't help but become embarrassed. She opened her mouth and stood there in a daze. She didn't know what to say, or whether she couldn't speak. The expression on her face became a little unpredictable, but she began to laugh and cry in her heart. She even deliberately lowered her head to look at her thing. It's not small, is it? How big does this bastard Jess like? Is he a little perverted in this aspect? Jess Zhao didn't know how many bullets he had been shot at. If he really shot, it could be said that he was riddled with holes. Now even Mark's girlfriend has started to gossip about him. This really has to be said. It's true that doing too many bad things will ruin your character. After a while, Priscilla looked at Cheyenne Chen with a strange face and said, "I already have a boyfriend, so I'm not interested in your uncle Jess Zhao, so there's no need for the so-called opportunity you mentioned." Really? Are they the two men who came over there? Cheyenne Chen asked. The little face looked at Sean Parker and Mark Zuckerberg with a little strangeness. The two saw the girls looking at them and waved to Cheyenne Chen. A smile with a few teeth on his face. "See, my handsomeness really attracts the attention of girls, even children are no exception," Sean said to Mark next to him, and waved his hands vigorously a few times. "Yeah," Priscilla nodded. Cheyenne Chen glanced at her sideways, and then looked at the silly look of the two. Cheyenne Chen squinted her lips and said, "They look inferior." but she seemed to think it was a bit bad to hurt her boyfriend in front of others. Then she continued, well, although they look good, they are not as good looking as my uncle. Then Chyanshan said to Niu next to her, sister, don't you think so? Ah. What? Niu didn't understand what they said, so she didn't know what the two talked about. Chyanshan's logical thinking was pretty good, so she explained to Niu. Although there were many mistakes in the middle, the main idea was still grasped. Niu nodded affirmatively and looked at Priscilla and said, well, my dad is the most handsome. Priscilla was really upset at this time. These two little girls are really good at talking. It seems that, when I was a child chatting with aunts, they would also think so. Looking at the two serious children, she could only compromise. Okay, your father and uncle are the most handsome. But I really don't have any interest in him. I can guarantee it. The woman pretended to be serious and said to the girl, well, okay, of course, if you really want to seduce my uncle, it's not impossible. Let me tell you a secret. Niu and I are good sisters. Although we have only been together for a short time, I think she will definitely listen to me. Chyanshan deliberately spoke faster at this time, making Niu not know what she was talking about. Of course, as my uncle said, there is no free lunch in the world. If you seduce my uncle, then you must let me eat free lunch all the time. The last time, the aunt named Nikki was really not cute at all. Chyanshan followed Priscilla to talk about the conditions. Priscilla, the three men outside the villa sat together. Zhao Jixi looked at the two men who were waving to Chyanshan foolishly. He saw the girl's contemptuous eyes towards the two men from a distance and secretly felt funny in his heart. If the two men knew what Chyanshan was thinking, they probably wouldn't be laughing as happily as they are now. Sean Parker and Mark Zuckerberg saw that the girl had stopped waving to them, so they also put their hands away. The two of them also sat down. After a while, the nanny brought over a few glasses of juice, which were freshly squeezed from the farm's watermelon juice. Before the few people drank it, they could smell the smell drifting away. Thank you, Mary. Zhao Jixi nodded to the nanny and said, you're welcome. The nanny smiled and put away the plate and said. Zhao Jixi continued, are my guests awake? He also looked at his watch. It seemed to be almost 12 o'clock now. Mr. Braun is already washing up, and Mr. Bieber is still resting, but his bodyguard has already called him, and he will be out in a while, said the nanny Mariah. Zhao Jixi nodded. Well, you wait and sort out the clothes they have delivered yesterday, and send them to them. He began to explain to the nanny. Although this matter had been mentioned yesterday, when the time came, as long as he still remembered something, he couldn't help but nagging a few words. It has been delivered to several gentlemen. Mariah said. Well, that's good. Thank you for your hard work, Mariah. This is my job, sir, and the salary you give is worth my efforts for this job. Mariah said and bowed to Zhao Jixi and said goodbye. Looking at the nanny leaving, Zhao Jixi couldn't help but sigh secretly. It is indeed a capitalist country. She is serious and responsible about her work, just to be worthy of her salary. He wants to tell the boss that she is worth the price. Of course, if her work is not worthy of her salary, she will face unemployment, no matter which country she is in. Zhao Jixi is no exception here. He is not running a charity, and also to feed lazy people and stupid people. He chatted with Mariah for a few words, and the two people on the table had already picked up the watermelon juice and started drinking it. Sean drank a little too much in one gulp, but he could feel a sense of comfort. Ah, this juice is really great. He wiped the red residue on the corner of his mouth with a tissue and said to Zhao Jixi with a comfortable face. Yes, when I was at home, I took some watermelon to squeeze juice. The taste is really good. Compared to eating, it is another kind of enjoyment. Mark also said quickly. Zhao Jixi was very happy to see that his two friends liked it so much. Who doesn't want to be praised for their own things? Of course, he is no exception. With a smile on his face, he picked up a large bottle of watermelon juice that the nanny had just put down and said, if you like to drink, then drink more. There are still a lot of watermelons on my farm. Of course, I won't be polite. Mark unceremoniously stretched the cup in front of Zhao Jixi. This is the best. Zhao smiled faintly and helped him to drink. After drinking a few more glasses, although they still wanted to drink a little more, the two knew that they were not Zhou. He could eat so much, but it did not mean that they could eat that much. So after feeling a little bloated in the stomach, they suppressed this feeling, knowing that they really couldn't drink anymore. After seeing Parker burped, he said to Zhou, "Jess, look at what this is." As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and fiddled with it in front of Zhou. Zhou was very surprised by his chat behavior. It's just an Apple phone, although it's quite expensive now, but why show it off? Do you think Mark and I are friends? He just thought about it secretly for a while, and then he saw the game designed by this world on Scene's mobile phone, Angry Birds. Of course, he didn't know whether the original company designed this. Anyway, the copyright of this life is occupied by him. And even the speed of listing is much faster than that of this life. I believe they may have stopped this idea now, or made some modifications, or are working on other games. Angry Birds. Zhou said in surprise, and then said, "It seems that buddy, you already know that this game is mine." Haha. Scene Parker looked at Zhou and smiled, then put the phone in his hand on the table. "This game is really good. When I started playing, I thought it was a bit difficult, but slowly I was attracted to it. The game is very well made." Then he said, "I heard Mark say that, and then I knew that, Jess, you are the creative director of many games, and this game was designed by you. Jess has to say you are really great." Zhou looked at Mark and nodded at him. "Thank you for the compliment. As long as someone likes it, that is my happiness." "Wow, Jess, you should be more passionate. You know that the downloads of this game are absolutely popular. And your company's Fruit Ninja also looks great. God, Jess, you are a genius." They are now on Apple's platform, and in terms of downloads, they are definitely the most powerful. It's just that, because Fruit Swordsman was released first, and Angry Birds was released later, there is still a little difference in the ranking. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 388, Met. Zhou listened to Scene's praise for him. He was humble, but he felt very comfortable. He almost broke his lips when he laughed, but he was still smiling happily. Haha. Scene, it seems that you can't say anything more. Look at Jess, my friend, you made this kid happy. Think about us. In fact, you can choose to praise me more. I personally think that I'm doing very well. Well, Xiaomaz's foul mouth is indeed annoying sometimes, but the few people are familiar with each other, so they don't care too much. Scene didn't bother him, and said with a smile, "Mark, your success is due to the lack of market demand, so you can rise quickly." Jess, on the other hand, fought his way out under the siege of many game companies. There is no comparison at all. Mark Zuckerberg nodded without comment, neither objecting nor affirming. However, this attitude is not an easy thing for him who sometimes likes to be stubborn. "I didn't expect to get so many compliments." Well, Scene, I don't think you're someone who compliments others so easily. Come on, man, you must be planning something. Zhou is not a fool. He still knows a little about this smart friend. Scene saw that Jess saw what he meant, but he didn't care much. He smiled at him and said, "Okay, Jess, I just want to know if you still have that kind of thing called incense here, and of course, special cigarettes." Zhou immediately showed an expression of "I see, so that's it." He squinted his eyes and looked at him, then turned his head to look at Mark. "I have only given cigarettes to a few people. It seems that you got it from Mark. To be honest, that thing is not easy to make, but I still have it." Hearing Zhou say this, Scene could only shrug his shoulders at Mark, meaning that look, I know he will guess it. And Jess must not have distributed this thing on a large scale. Looking at Zhou's expression, Mark Zuckerberg felt that he still had to say something. "It was indeed taken from me. I smoked a little last time, and he smelled it with his dog-like nose, so he kept pestering me for some more." Mark explained to Zhou. Looking at Mark who was explaining, Zhou patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, Mark, that's already a gift for you. How to deal with it is your business." "Well, I thought you didn't want this thing to spread, so." Mark said, No, I just said that it can't be sold. As for private gifts, of course it's okay. You know, if there is a sales activity, I think the Food and Drug Administration will send someone to investigate me, an unlicensed person. Zhou explained to several people. These were all told to him by Harvey. In fact, he had planned to apply for a tobacco license recently, but he really didn't plan to sell cigarettes so early, and in fact, his thing really does not contain tobacco leaves or nicotine. To be honest, whether it is a cigarette or not is still under investigation by the authorities. According to him and his team, it is best not to turn Zhou's so-called medicinal cigarette into a cigarette-type product. Otherwise, there will be great restrictions and taxes when it is sold, which is obviously not in the best interest. According to their idea, it is best to sell this kind of product as a drug supplement product or a natural herbal medicine. This is the best choice and the easiest choice to sell to various countries. After listening to Zhou's explanation, the two nodded in understanding. As expected, capitalism still values maximum benefits. That is, for you who are not in a hurry to use money, you hope to achieve the best before selling, instead of rushing to sell it on the market. Scene said with emotion. Guys, this is business, pursuing maximum benefits. And when it is launched on the market, it will definitely be different from this version. You must know that the price of this one I made is almost catching up with the price of the best cigarettes on the market. This will affect sales. I plan to lower the price of this product while slightly affecting the effect and taste. Make a normal version to sell. And we have this now. Zhou also took out a cigarette and lit it and took a puff. After blowing out a circle of smoke, he slowly said, it will be sold as the highest limited edition. You know, some of the medicinal materials on the market may face the crisis of being out of stock. This thing is really troublesome. Zhou pretended to complain. In fact, he was just talking. Even if it was a medicine that was not available on the market, as long as he had space, it would never be out of stock. Why would he worry about this? It's just that sometimes you have to say something to make it more valuable. People, no matter what state they live in, always have to lie and say nice things. This is not necessary, but it is definitely necessary. Okay, I think Jess has taught us another lesson. Mark said to Scene next to him with a smile. Indeed. Scene also said, but his eyes looked at Jess with a little playfulness. Okay, I don't deny anything. According to my team, this is just business. Zhou felt a little strange being stared at. As the few people were chatting, Justin Bieber came out with a sandwich and saw Zhou staying here and came over. Hey, Jess, you got up early. He put his palm on his forehead and looked towards the sun. It looks like the sun has been at his job for a while. The other two also saw Justin Bieber coming behind them. They looked at each other and knew this young man. This guy is a rising star on Facebook. It won't be long before he surpasses Lady Gaga and becomes the most popular star. Justin didn't wait for JC to speak and said, sorry, it seems that I interrupted your chat. JC stood up and smiled after hearing what he said and said, it doesn't matter, we were just chatting. Since you're here, just sit down. But man, you're really stingy. Since you see there are customers here, you should bring more sandwiches. Your piece is not enough for us. He also joked with Justin. Mark and Scene looked at each other after hearing what JC said, and then looked at the sandwich in Justin's hand, as if he hadn't eaten breakfast. I haven't had breakfast yet. Justin looked at them, and subconsciously put away the plate of sandwich in his hand. You know, he has not eaten a single bite since he got up. After placing a sandwich on the table, he planned to go out to see the scenery and have a good breakfast. Seeing the actions of this young man, several people laughed immediately. Haha, man, you are so funny. Well, we have actually had breakfast. Zhou spoke on behalf of these people. He patted Justin who was standing and said, man, sit down and enjoy your breakfast. This beef is specially made on our farm. Add a glass of watermelon juice like this, it will definitely give you a wonderful start. After speaking, Zhou looked at the cups around him. Of course, if you don't mind, you can use my cup, or I'll ask Mary to get you one. It seems that I didn't prepare enough. Zhou's words eased his embarrassment very well, and Justin didn't care about the jokes of several people. But there really wasn't a cup. Seeing that there wasn't much watermelon juice left in the glass pot, he said, if you don't mind, I can drink from that. He pointed at the glass pot. Zhou, Mark, and Scene were stunned for a moment, then smiled kindly. They were all young people, so they didn't really mind. You know, when they were this age before, they didn't mind mixing things, as long as their mothers thought it was wrong to drink like this. Of course, you can do whatever you want. After getting the consent of several people, Justin took a bite of the sandwich, and when he put it in his mouth, his eyes lit up. The taste was really good, and it was much more delicious than those he had eaten before. Then he picked up the pot, and drank another sip. His eyes lit up even more. The watermelon juice tasted so good. This was the delicious watermelon juice that Marcus Braun said. While he was eating, Zhou started to introduce the people on the table. This is my friend Sean Parker, and this is Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know if you know them, but I think they are quite famous. Justin, who was enjoying the delicious food, suddenly coughed twice, obviously choking on the food. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, then looked up at the two carefully, and his mind was still moving. No wonder I felt that they looked familiar just now. Oh my god, it turned out to be Mark Zuckerberg, the founder and co-founder of Facebook, and Sean Parker. My god, are you favoring me? It's really strange that I can know so many big shots. Zhou smiled kindly at the two people. Of course, Zhou was really kind, and Mark and Sean were doing it for his face. If Zhou hadn't introduced them to them, they might not have known Justin Bieber. Chapter 389, Jokes and the Liberated Heart. You have to know that this popular little star is just a rising star. There are too many rising stars in the United States every year. This place is almost equivalent to the entertainment center of the world. Who can remember and know them one by one? What's more, both of them are billionaires. They can really be proud of themselves. I think you should know who this young and good guy next to me is. But although the two nodded, Zhou still said, forget it, let me introduce him. This is the pop singer Justin Bieber, who is very famous on Facebook. And indirectly, he has done a lot of publicity for our website. Justin also nodded to the two of them in a friendly manner, with a surprised expression on his face. Wow, I'm glad to meet you here. It's really a good experience to meet Mr. Bieber. I think it will be a good topic of conversation for the girls at the party in the future. Sean Parker said. Haha, I'm still very envious of Mr. Bieber. You know, what I want most is to be lively. But things always go against my wishes. As a CEO, I always have to maintain a certain image. Mark Zuckerberg said with a little helplessness. Life is always like this, isn't it? Someone's words made several people ponder for a while, but they unconsciously showed a wry smile. Even Zhou was no exception. But this is life. People's desires are always insatiable. Even if he has the current wealth, he can actually live a good life, but he still wants to toss one or two unconsciously. He told himself to be calm, live on the farm and enjoy the pastoral and grassland scenery. Although this is a good lifestyle, he is also quite satisfied. But that restless heart keeps guiding him. Your life should not go on like this. You want people's attention. You want to be envied, admired, and valued. This is a life that young people want. Zhou was reborn, but he was not a reborn old man in his 70s or 80s. In his previous life, no matter what he did, there were always only a few people who paid attention to him. He felt like an unimportant person. Looking at those stars, although he felt that paparazzi were annoying, their glory was what he wanted. Whether people praised or belittled them, they always surrounded them. In his previous life, there were so many talent shows in China. Looking at those judges laughing and talking on the show, attracting attention, the contestants also nervously watched them waiting for their fate to be decided. People fantasized about becoming that judge or that contestant, and becoming famous overnight. How refreshing it would be. There are also those who have a bunch of people following them when they go in and out, and they attract people's attention when they appear. Zhou also always fantasized that it would be great if this person could be himself. Look at those celebrity fathers who have a child, who bring their children to a show together, under the camera, and are watched by hundreds of millions of people. He almost fantasized that, if he had a child, he could also be on the show. Even if he just cooked a meal, he could be watched and discussed by hundreds of millions of people. That was really an unknown comfort. Everyone likes life under the spotlight, otherwise why would those grassroots talent shows be so popular? People all imagine that the person on stage is themselves, experiencing another form of UI. Just like reading a novel, you can always get different pleasures from it. When Zhou was reborn into this era, the era brought him too many shocks. The space also gave him an inexplicable sense of superiority and an unknown worry. But as time went by, and he lived in the free country of the United States, although this freedom was only superficial. But now he has a private lawyer, a private bodyguard, a private territory, and connections. These give him a sense of security. He is no longer the otaku he used to be. He, Zhou, is now a billionaire. He is also a member of the board of directors of a world-renowned company. Everything about him will be different from his previous life. Why does he still have to live in obscurity? Why can't he get more freedom? I want to live a happy life. Zhou's heart seemed to be liberated a lot at this moment, and he also figured out many things that he used to think were strange. To put it bluntly, it was his vanity that was at work. He was really not a person who was indifferent to fame and fortune. Jess, what are you thinking about, man? Justin asked, pushing Zhou's shoulder. At this moment, his face was full of excitement. In the time when Zhou was just in a daze, he had already finished his breakfast and seemed to have chatted with Scene and Mark for a while. Zhou turned his head to look at him and asked, "What's wrong, Justin? Did something good happen to you? I don't remember putting US dollars in your breakfast for you to eat as a surprise." He even made a little joke to Justin. Justin Bieber rolled his eyes and hit Jay Chou's shoulder with his right hand. "Come on, Jess. I don't like to eat US dollars in my breakfast. I don't know how many people have had that thing. My god, it makes me sick just thinking about it." Haha. Okay. Next time if this happens, I will remember to disinfect the US dollars first. But man, this thing is one of our customs, but it is not eaten in the morning. Next time I invite you to try it during the holidays. Eating US dollars is to hope that you will have good luck. Jay Chou explained casually. Although Justin Bieber didn't understand customs, it didn't stop him from knowing that no matter who it was, they should maintain enough respect for this incident. He smiled and said, "Okay, it sounds like a good idea, but will we be able to eat the food made by Ms. Yang? My god, the food made by Ms. Yang is really delicious. I even thought about food in my dream yesterday." Looking at Justin, who licked his tongue while talking, Jay Chou and the other two laughed. "Of course, man." He seemed to think of something again. "By the way, did you call me for something just now?" After reminding Jay Chou, he remembered what he was going to say to him just now. "By the way, I almost forgot." He took out his mobile phone, which actually had Angry Birds and Fruit Swordsman games installed on it. Jay Chou immediately understood that this little guy had just talked to them about this. "Man, I heard from Scene that you designed, produced, and released the game." Jay Chou smiled and looked at Justin Bieber's serious eyes. He nodded and said to him, "Indeed, do you have any opinions that you want to tell me directly?" The playful words made several people laugh. Justin waved his hand and said, No, of course not. I just feel that, my god, my favorite game was made by the person in front of me, and I'm a guest at his house, and I'm sitting next to him. This is a really strange feeling. Haha." Zhou laughed happily first, then patted his shoulder and said, "Honestly, man, this is not incredible. First of all, I still want to thank you for wanting me to make a game. For users to like it is the best answer to my work. Also, do you think your feeling is as heavy as mine?" Zhou looked at the few people a little puzzled and felt that he had successfully fooled people. He pursed his lips and held back the feeling of wanting to laugh. Think about it, guys. You can imagine that he has a song like me that I usually like to listen to, and now his singer is sitting in front of me saying that he is my admirer. This is the most strange experience. Haha. Zhou said, and the others laughed. Mark and Scene looked at Justin from time to time. They also pretended to agree and said, "Haha, Jess, I didn't expect you to feel the same way as me. He told us the same thing, and you can only be the third one. So man, you don't need to be too surprised, because this is nothing at all." Shh. Jay Chou gave the two of them a middle finger. Justin felt a little embarrassed about the joke he made to them, and thought Jay Chou thought that Justin Bieber was fooling him. He quickly explained nervously, Jess, man, don't be nervous. These two people are joking. Obviously, they are not good people. Jay Chou patted his shoulder and said. Justin also smiled in cooperation. Okay, I think so. Haha. You are right about this sentence. Then the few people started chatting casually again, mostly talking about the games made by Jay Chou. Justin habitually took out his mobile phone and wanted to take a photo with the few people. Several people also readily agreed. Jay Chou didn't mind Bieber putting him on the internet at this time. You know, as a director of a listed company, he is already a public figure at this time. He will have to face the attacks of those reporters sooner or later. At this time, he has thought it through. Sometimes it is a good thing to get attention from others, isn't it? Of course, if he is exposed to have a girlfriend in the future, those paparazzi may be the private detectives of each of his women, and they will definitely expose the fact that he is dating a girl or a female star. Then, at Justin's enthusiastic suggestion, Jay Chou took out the original drawings of fruit swordsmen and angry bads that he had drawn, and let several people appreciate his great work of piracy, and also confirmed on the internet that he, Jay Chou, had drawn these a long time ago. Even if the original authors of those games come to him in the future, he can confirm it very well. His creativity came earlier than this. Chapter 390, A Shocking Little Plan. After seeing the manuscript, several people also picked it up and admired it with great interest. Mark Zuckerberg also saw several continuous cartoons on one of the drawings, and there were also several strange dialogues in it. There were also some plans written by Jay Chou, which felt a bit scattered, but Mark could still guess the general content. But it was because of this that he was shocked, because this plan was not an ordinary thing. He looked at Jay Chou and slowly said, Jess, is this your idea? What? Jay Chou didn't know what Mark Zuckerberg was talking about, and looked at him with a face full of doubts. Even Justin, who was taking pictures, stood up for the guy in his hand. Of course, the photos he took were all approved by Jay Chou. They were all pictures that could be leaked out at this stage, and there were some special edition game pictures and original paintings that he planned, which Jay Chou would never let him reveal. And if Justin posted it on Facebook, it would be like giving him free publicity, and it might make the game, which was originally suitable for all ages, even more popular. You have to know that in the previous life, Angry Birds did not advertise, but it relied on word of mouth to get to the first place. Now Zhou not only advertised this game, but also tried hard to get the company to promote it, so this is why Zhou did not object to him doing this. After Mark said that, he felt something was wrong. He was looking at someone else's plan. Although the one in front of him was not very formal, it seemed that it was still Zhou's creativity and ideas. Now he felt like he had peeped into someone else's asterisk. He immediately looked at Zhou with an apologetic look and said, I'm sorry, Jess. He handed the drawings in his hand to Zhou. I didn't expect you to make plans on it. I was attracted by those comics just now and accidentally read them. But don't worry, I promise that I will never leak them out. Mark said very seriously, as if he knew some big secret. Zhou took the drawings in his hand and looked at them. The expression on his face suddenly darkened, and his eyes stared at Mark Zuckerberg. The other two people felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, but it was obvious that Mark had done something wrong, and Zhou was about to explode. Jess, what's going on? Scene was about to say something, but Zhou waved his hand to stop him. Jess. Justin also wanted to say that, but Zhou quickly stopped him. Jess, listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it, and didn't you show this thing to me? As he said that, he remembered that he seemed to have accidentally taken this thing out of the folder that Zhou had put away, but he really didn't mean it, and this guy had half of his body exposed. He looked at the folder. Well, okay, it seems that I really pulled it out. Just when Mark Zuckerberg was embarrassed, Jay Chou laughed, and it was the kind of laughter, haha, haha. All of a sudden, several people knew that they were fooled. Fuck, why do you like to play this trick so much? I think this thing is quite fun. And the effect is not good every time, right? Jay Chou said with a smile. Fuck, Jess. Mark said and rushed over. You know, he was just thinking about how to explain to his friends, but now Zhou told him that he was actually joking. Mark, stop grabbing my chest. Wow, you grabbed me and fought back. Damn, I really fought back. Zhou said, and seemed to be about to take action. But before he could make any move, Bieber and Scene looked at each other and rushed over with a smile. Fuck, Justin, you little bastard, don't grab my balls. Ah. Justin, you keep grabbing, I will remember you. Justin. Zhao Jix's shout was obviously going to penetrate the clouds. But at this moment, Scene was laughing in the shadows. He was using a position to sneak attack. When he was a hacker, his favorite thing was to get chickens, and this time was obviously no exception. The little chicken in front of him looked like a good roll, and our popular idol Justin Bieber looked at Zhao Jixi helplessly. It's not me, my hand was just grabbing the butt. It's really not me. Of course, at this moment, it was obvious that no one went back to pay attention to his grievances. Oh, that sneak attack and blame scene was not included. After a few people played for a while, it was obvious that Zhao Jixi's clothes were the most deformed. The whole thing was like being ravaged by a storm, and the other people looked at him with a smile. Okay, Jess, remember what you said. Remember to give me another box of cigarettes later. You know, I gave some of my stuff to many people. Now I can only smoke your medicinal cigarettes. But there are not many of them left, and I have to restock them in a hurry. Obviously, it was Mark Zuckerberg who said this. Not to mention me. Scene looked at Zhou with a sigh. I lit up my stuff when you delivered it. I didn't expect that many friends and family would come that day. As a result, you know, there are not many left. Zhou glanced at the two people speechlessly and looked at Justin Bieber. But the handsome boy was not afraid of him at all and still had a smiling look. Okay, man, I don't ask for much as long as they give me a copy of what they have. Of course, even if the quantity is a little less, I won't mind. And it seems that those things seem to be very good. So, he shrugged his shoulders and said, I think I need some too. Okay, you are all great. Zhou gritted his teeth and gave a thumbs up to several people. Obviously, this was an unbalanced treaty signed by Zhao Jixi and them, but they were outnumbered, and they were just playing around. Zhao Jixi certainly couldn't use his fists or feet, which limited many of his movements. This gave them a chance, but it was also Zhao Jixi's own will. Otherwise, it would be solved in a few moves. After distributing the spoils, they started talking about the thing that had just caused the war. Jess, are you still thinking about implementing that plan? Mark asked first. He was the only one who saw that thing just now. The other two really didn't know what it was, so they could only look at them with a puzzled look on their faces. Zhao Jixi nodded. Well, I have planned it from the beginning. I mainly want to spread the influence first. This will be conducive to the implementation of my future plans. Oh, no, I have already started planning and implementing it. Scene looked at the conversation between the two, and his heart felt like being scratched by a cat. This time he couldn't help but ask, Jess, Mark, what are you talking about now? Mark looked at Zhao Jixi first, wanting to see if he could talk about it. After seeing Zhao Jixi nodded to him, Mark Zuckerberg spoke. Jess wants to use a game to copy a small Disney. Think about it, guys, don't you think this is a crazy plan? Scene was also a little confused. What are you talking about? Copying Disney? Are you dreaming? Just then Zhao Jixi said, no, Mark, this is not a crazy plan. Disney's success is obviously impossible for me to copy now. But I don't need to make it that big. I only need to complete a part of it, which will obviously make my game company different from those current game companies. Become one of the elites in this industry. Think about it, guys. Disney has become a world-renowned company with Mickey Mouse. Why can't I rely on my little bad and my other game characters in the future to share a piece of the pie in this market? I use the game to spread my influence, and then start publishing comics, making cartoons, and developing the personalities of several birds. I continue to enrich and create several characters, or license or sell peripheral products, which can provide me with a steady stream of US dollars. But you want to create a brand. What does this mean? Although I know that there are many things that can be sold as peripheral products, but this Angry Birds clothing you created, is this used to sell clothes? Mark asked. Of course, it's obviously not my idea to make money from licensing. I want to create this brand directly and sell the various things I license. And this will also give me another brand. If I can make this product, I will make more money. Of course, this needs to be matched with clothing. You know, the brand of Big Mouth Monkey has successfully established itself by relying on this small character and its brand concept. It has branches all over the world and more than 2,000 stores worldwide. And I believe young people will like this thing. First of all, the Angry Birds pattern is bright and simple, and I believe this icon can lead the fashion. And my current game company has already started operating with this. What I wrote above is far from all I want. While Zhou was talking, Scene had already seen what was written and drawn on the drawings. Justin Bieber also looked at some of it. Publishing books, making comics, making cartoons, making clothing, accessories, shoes and hats, etc. This is obviously not complete. Zhou also added a lot of icons. Chapter 391, Small Underwear and Quality Men. The next step is to open an amusement park. My god, seeing this, Scene felt that he had underestimated this friend. He could even think of opening a theme park and theme parks. This investment is obviously not ordinary, but he obviously doesn't know that Zhou actually just wants to build one or two small amusement parks and theme parks. This is really a group plan. Scene couldn't help but be shocked by Zhou's idea. You know, he just wants to rely on game characters to make this, but there don't need to be too many famous game characters. Can Zhou succeed? But this idea just turned around in his mind. For some reason, he felt that Zhou might succeed. I think even if it doesn't succeed, his friend won't lose too much. This is just a good attempt. As for Justin Bieber, his idea was much simpler. He looked at Zhou with excitement and said, "Man, wow, yours looks really great. I really want a bird t-shirt and sneakers and hats with birds printed on them. I think that would be awesome." Haha. Justin, if you really want it, I can give you a bird sweatshirt from our company. This is a limited edition that only employees of the company can have. Zhou said to Justin happily. Really? Wow, man, you are really great. Justin excitedly hammered Zhou, showing that he really likes this game, and thus he also likes these bird characters in it. If possible, I think we may also need one. The two also said something in line with the atmosphere, but it can be seen that they really want to have an Angry Birds t-shirt in their wardrobe. Of course, this is much better than asking me for incense and medicine cigarettes. After listening to Zhou's words, several people looked at each other and laughed immediately. Haha. In the afternoon, Zhou's house was busy. Not only the bodyguards and the waiters. There was also our protagonist Zhou, and of course his friend Justin Mark. Fuck, Jess, your dog stole my socks. You should call him back quickly. Mark came over with one foot wearing socks and the other not wearing socks, and said to Zhou in a useless manner. Zhou could already imagine that he would definitely not be able to catch up with 1K with his depressed face. Well, man, it seems that you must have grabbed the food in your hand just now, only cared about eating it yourself, and didn't want to give it a little. This kid is a good baby who holds grudges. Zhou smiled teasingly, but he didn't forget to tie a bow for himself. You're such a good kid, Jess. I finally figured out your dog. Trust me, man, as long as you treat him well, he'll steal a lot of good things for you. Zhou laughed and said, but he couldn't tie the bow in his hand. Just when he saw Justin doing it, it seemed very simple, so he didn't need Miko's help, and decided to do it himself. Fuck, this damn thing. Zhou couldn't do it after a long time, and couldn't help swearing. He even untied the bow, and threw it directly on the bed. Then he walked around the large cloakroom a little irritably, walked to the place where socks were stored, and casually took out a pair of branded black socks. Hey, Justin, don't even think about it now. This guy must have found a place to bury his socks. You can't take anything out of his mouth. Besides, even if you take it out, it will be a pair of dirty socks full of mud. You should wear this first. Clean ones. Zhou said, while throwing the socks at the depressed Justin Bieber. Jess, hurry up. Someone is looking for you. It's Scylla. She said she's the venue director of this auction. Mark Zuckerberg shouted to Jay Chou inside the door. Also, Justin, you should hurry up. Your agent can't wait any longer. Fuck. Jay Chou looked at the brand name watch on his hand. You came at this hour. He cursed in a low voice and shouted to the people outside the door. I know. I'll be ready soon. Then he looked at Justin, who was still putting on his pants. Hey, man, hurry up. Are you ready? I'm going to call someone in. Justin had already put on his socks and black trousers, covering the yellow SpongeBob SquarePants underwear that Jay Chou gave him. If Jay Chou hadn't been unable to bear it, this kid would have wanted to not wear underwear. Right away, mine is ready. But man, how do you have underwear in my size? I bought a dozen underwear of various sizes so that I don't have to choose. And man, let me tell you something that every man should know. At this point, Jay Chou smiled mysteriously, and this smile was obviously the kind that every man would understand. The young man was a pure young man. When he heard Zhao Jixi talking about this issue of men and women, Mijio seemed particularly interested. What secret? Zhao Jixi smiled proudly. Don't you know that when you wear a smaller size of underwear, your little brother will be particularly prominent, and it is as attractive to women as when they are wearing lace bikinis and swaying in front of you. This secret is something I will not tell most people, so man, sometimes it is necessary to wear underwear. Obviously, this is Zhao Jixi's way of saving this boy who doesn't wear underwear, and he has to wear pants from now on. But he didn't expect that this boy really likes to wear a smaller size of underwear in the future. He also likes to wear only half of his pants, showing off his sexy buttocks and flaunting it on various websites and magazines. At this time, Justin looked at his underwear and suddenly said to Jay Chou, Jess, I think I'm still wearing a size smaller. His expression was so serious that Jay Chou couldn't help sweating. Man, you don't want to meet a woman at my auction to have sex, do you? Justin was quickly hit on the point, and his face turned red, even though he was still a little pure at this time. I just want to practice. Haha. Come on, man, this is my game. Jay Chou smiled and patted Justin Bieber. But after a while, he said to him mysteriously, don't think about this for a while. I will take you to have fun next time and let you see what a beautiful woman is. Poor Justin has not become like he was in his previous life at this time, and he probably can't escape the fate of being a gangster Bieber in the future. Jay Chou's dark little hand is now making his slightly grey life even darker. But Justin had no such concept at all. He only had the envy and admiration of those high school students in the United States for those college seniors. Alcohol, women, and sex. This is a life that people of his age should enjoy. Man, you are really great. Justin couldn't help but put his hand on Zhao Jixi's shoulder with an excited and happy face. Don't worry, we are all mature men. We must remain calm and charming. He took out a bottle of Hermes men's perfume and sprayed it lightly on his body. The top notes of this perfume are grapefruit and orange. The middle notes are rose, patchouli, and geranium. The base notes are vetiver, sweet pepper, benzoin, and cedar. Each Hermes perfume has a personality. This personality is not to please everyone, and it will not make people have ambiguous emotions. It can be expressed in words such as okay and okay, and people with this personality cannot be accepted. People who like Hermes will decisively say that they don't like it, while those who can appreciate this kind of personality will feel touched and feel as if they have found a treasure. But whether you like it or not, as long as you use or just smell any Hermes perfume, your first feeling is yes, this is Hermes. Zhao Jixi also understood many things that he had disdained before after using perfume. Things in this world are always invented when they are needed. Perfume is no exception. The fragrance emitted by perfume is always a special kind of beauty. Zhao Jixi does not deny that he used to despise men who use perfume, thinking that it is something that only sissies play with, or those who pretend to be cool. But there are countless fragrances in each perfume that are combined together and finally form these smells on him. This condenses the hard work of perfumers and also condenses their perception of a certain stage of life and a kind of expression of life. Zhao Jixi also does not deny that he likes to pretend to be cool, but who cares about this? He just wants to express himself now. Isn't life to make yourself happy and make your family comfortable? Improving the quality of life should be something that everyone can pursue. After Zhao sprayed the perfume, he looked at Justin, who was already dressed. Hey, man, do you want to have some too? I think this Adidas sports perfume is very suitable for you. Zhao took out a sports series perfume Adidas from his pile of perfumes. Although he bought a lot of them under Nikki's suggestion, he only knew how to use them according to Nikki's instructions, the instructions of the perfumes themselves, and the introductions on the internet. Anyway, he thought that the smell was good. He also smelled comfortable, and it matched the whole pictographic temperament, so he took it out and used it. Justin didn't use this before, but as a star, he had to manage himself. This perfume is also one of the necessities, otherwise it would be terrible to meet fans in such a stinky way. At that time, no matter how handsome you are, their noses would not think so. Well, give me some too. Come on. Zhao threw it casually, and it was caught accurately by Justin Bieber. Fast update Pure Text Chapter 392 Everyone loves tender grass. Since he couldn't tie the bow tie, but there were so many people outside, someone would know how to do it, so Zhao took it and walked out with Justin. The people waiting outside saw Zhao custom-made Armani suit. It fit his body perfectly. The appropriate tailoring, coupled with a fashionable and mature design. The buttons of the clothes and the cuffs were made of a low-key luxury, black material. As for the material, Zhao didn't know. Although it was a black suit, it was not black, but it was also a little shiny. The whole set of configurations can show Zhao youthfulness and his mature charm. It can be said to be a perfect combination with his temperament. Zhao outfit also shocked the people waiting for him outside. Although they also knew that Zhao looked good and had a great figure. But this serious dress is really eye-catching. Wow, Jess, you look really handsome. So cool, man. Scene said to Zhao with appreciation. She walked over without stopping, circled around him, and looked carefully. Mark's girlfriend, Miss Priluxy, was also surprised by Zhao handsomeness, but she was not the kind of person who cared about appearance. For such a high IQ person, people obviously cared more about the communication between the two. Of course, if his boyfriend could also become like this, she would definitely not object. So her immunity to Zhao is still good. He now has a boyfriend she loves, and he also loves him, right? As for Zhao, it's better to go away. I won't betray my dear Mark. She could only think so, but this is also a good way to open up. Zhao obviously didn't know what the few people were thinking, but it didn't prevent him from seeing some things and emotions from their expressions. It was because he felt it that he felt very happy. Thank you for your compliment, Scene. Zhao smiled faintly. Then after looking around, he said helplessly, hey, who can help me tie this bow? When Aliyah was just surprised by her young boss, who knew he would have such a helpless expression. She wanted to laugh, but as an employee, she felt that if she laughed, it would not end well. So she walked in front of Zhao like a professional. Hello, Mr. Zhao, give this to me. This kind of thing is a very simple thing for a woman. Zhao looked at the mature woman in front of him. Although he was a little excited, he also understood that this woman was not the kind of woman who could get on with her whenever she wanted. Unless she liked you, she would have a chance to take the next step. Otherwise, it would be better to talk about work now. Well, then, thank you, Aliyah. He gave the thing to Aliyah. The woman was wearing a professional women's suit. The upper body was a black women's suit jacket, which was very stylish. There was a black feather on the right shoulder, which made her look more like a cold and beautiful urban strong woman. Inside the suit is a silver cotton inner garment with some minimalist decorations and a relatively wide v-neck. Standing in Zhao's position and looking down, he can still see the plump white flesh that is about to burst out. Zhao estimates that the black lace bra is a lace bra made of soft fabric. It perfectly tightens the position of the two white rabbits, making them more sexy and plump. Looking closely, Zhao can also see a small black dot mark on her right chest. It is probably a black spot that she had when she was a child, which is commonly known as a black mole. Anyway, almost everyone has this thing. Aliyah is not short in height, so she picked up Zhao's bow tie and helped to tie it up. Zhao Jixi stood there swallowing his saliva, but he was a little excited and hot inside his heart and body. As the two white rabbits rose and fell, Zhao Jixi's heart kept rising and falling. He just wanted to reach out and comfort the frightened little white rabbit. He could even sing, "Little white rabbit, come out quickly. Brother will help you, and pinch it well, so that you can grow up peacefully." Some famous songs like that. Elia's technique was very fast, and the tightness of the tie was moderate. The style was also very beautiful. It can be seen that she is definitely an experienced woman. Zhao Jixi looked around in front of the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. "Ms. Elia, you really have a pair of wonderful and magical hands. Look at this exquisite little butterfly. It looks so lovely." The woman smiled lightly and was clearly charming. Zhao Jixi felt that this woman was the kind of person who would take off the lace pants and tie her hair when she felt that her hair was drooping and annoying when playing billiards. Thinking of the charming and seductive dynamic pictures he had seen before, little Jeezy couldn't help but get excited. Sometimes women are always very talented in this ability to flip over, while men are always clumsy. This is one of the reasons why God wants to make men and women in the world, Elias said, and looked at little Jeezy's position with interest. The young man just accidentally hit her abdomen a few times. Zhao Jeezy smiled, but there was indeed something else in it. He almost understood what the woman meant. It seemed that she didn't mind having a little fun with him. Enjoying a romantic relationship with a young and handsome man is also a good way to relax. The woman looked at Zhao Jixi and couldn't help but think secretly in her heart, what a young body. Thinking of the tight muscles that she just touched, full of strength and sex. I just don't know what it feels like to run my teeth over it and my lips gently touch my skin. It's really exciting. Zhao Jixi retracted his slightly excited thoughts. It was obviously not a good time to have sex with a woman. Besides, this mature and charming beauty, how could he finish it so hastily? It should be done in a perfect atmosphere, with a few roses on the bed and dim lights. Then light a few candles, take 2 glasses of treasured red wine, and drink some red wine together. When the wine is on the cheeks and the body is slightly tipsy, at that time, it is the best environment to enjoy this mature woman with the mellow aroma of red wine. There is a fragrance between the two people's mouths and teeth, catering to the breath of each other, and doing those embarrassing things. After Zhao Jixi was ready, a group of people set off to the venue. At this time, the old lady took Niu and Mizi took Xianshan, so he didn't have to worry about anything. As for the animals, they stayed at home to guard the door, and Zhao Jixi took Saiyan and 2 little monkeys with him. The main thing is that the big and small ones look really charming in suits. There is no need to say much about Saiyan, but Wukong and Leo look really cute in their specially made suits. A little bit of hair wax and water were used to help them get a nice hairstyle. With the little bow tie and clothes, they looked like another civilization. On the way, Justin liked to harass Wukong and Leo at Jay Chou's house from time to time. In order to prevent their hairstyle and clothes from being messed up, Jay Chou directly suppressed Justin Bieber, seeing that he was still harassing them. The scene of the two people interacting made several people in the car laugh. Elena also found that this boss looked really different, and he actually had such a childish side. Her eyes could not help but stay on him for a while, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be drooling again, and she couldn't help licking it with her tongue. I really want to taste him more and more. The car soon arrived at the venue. Zhao Jixi was very satisfied with the way he looked. A small area had been enclosed, just like the design drawing, in the shape of a fan. The larger side of the fan was the watermelon forest. People were carrying out activities in the venue inside the fan. The venue was surrounded by something like vines, but it was just for show, mainly to mark the location of the venue. The venue was also divided into several parts. One part was a long table, with a light green tablecloth on the table, and some white dark patterns on it, which looked more in line with the farm environment. But if you look closely and observe, you can also find a pattern similar to the little demon on the watermelon. This was specially customized by Zhao Jixi, originally at Elia's request. These details were already enough to be noticed, but Zhao Jixi added a lot of unnecessary expenses. However, in Elia's opinion, this was all for perfection, so she agreed to it. She didn't mind going to the manufacturer to customize it again, just to get a check from Zhaojixi's pocket. In fact, it was not much different from before. In front of people who were not so careful, these arrangements were completely useless, but in front of people who were interested, they could make people feel that the owner of this room was still a very thoughtful person. Everything was done very well, which could leave a deep impression on people. The tables were filled with their own food. Some tables were also filled with their own drinks, but there was no alcohol. There were only fruits, several juices, and several waiters standing next to them to squeeze juice on the spot for those guests who needed it. As for alcoholic drinks, because I didn't know if there would be children who would go back and touch them, alcoholic drinks were all taken from the trays of the waiters who were walking around on the scene. Of course, if you also want the same as the drinks, they will help you get them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 394. In fact, it is not much different from before. In front of people who are not so meticulous, these arrangements are completely like a bullfight, but in front of people who are interested, they can make people feel that the owner of this room is still a very thoughtful person. Everything is done very well, which can leave a deep impression on people. The tables are full of food. Some tables are also filled with drinks, but there is no alcohol. There are only fruits, a few juices, and a few waiters standing next to them to squeeze juice on the spot for those guests who need it. As for alcoholic drinks, because I don't know if there will be children who will go back and touch them, alcoholic drinks are all taken from the trays of the waiters who are shuttling around on the scene. Of course, if you also want the same as the drinks, they will help you get it. A small platform was also built in the venue, which is where speeches and auctions will be held later. The platform is not big, but it looks very delicate. Others can be compromised, but this cannot be compromised. There were no chairs in the center of the entire venue. There were only seats for resting on both sides of the venue. They were movable benches, and there were sunshades next to the chairs. Although the sun was not very strong, it was still very useful for women who loved beauty. Of course, there were also men who loved beauty who needed it. There were also some small round tables on the south side of the venue. They were all white and had parasols on top. There were a few chairs next to the tables. It was possible for a few people to have a small chat here. Zhaojixi thought that it would be a good feeling to experience the feeling of looking at the grassland from afar and watching a flock of sheep grazing leisurely. There were also a few mobile toilets around the venue. Zhaojixi rented them from a company specializing in renting mobile toilets. It was said that the Americans also had a business of renting toilets, which really shocked him at the time. He had never seen the matter of renting toilets before, unlike those sea turtles, who were still talking about it. This is also strange. Zhaojixi couldn't figure it out. When a few friends got together, some people were still very pretentious and said to their friends that there was not even a toilet nearby. It was really uncivilized. Zhaojixi wanted to say that Americans have promiscuous relationships and like to attend parties. No matter young or old, they are no exception. How can the environment in China be compared? The civilization awareness of the two aspects is different. China has a history of 5,000 years and has experienced too many changes. The United States has only a history of a few hundred years. This is not a level of stuff at all. The sea turtles always think that they feel awesome after going abroad. It seems that they are superior to others. Zhaojixi doesn't know what the mentality of this asterisk is, but it can't be a good thing. As for the mobile toilet, Zhaojixi only found out after asking Alina that this is too common in the United States. There are many open-top parties in the United States, so this kind of thing is also very popular in the market. Some don't require you to look for them, and special people will come to your door directly. However, that is to provide convenience to people, but this convenience also has a price. That is, it is charged. Unlike Zhaojixi's current one, people don't need to pay when they go there. The mobile toilet Zhaojixi rented is also a high-end one. Not only does it have no smell, but the environment is also very good. It is completely possible for people to do what they love in it. It also provides umbrellas and lubricants, which can be said to be extremely humanized. Even your desire to enter the front door or the back door is taken into consideration. And this matter also takes into account that gay friends still need lubricants, otherwise the thirsty pipe can only feel something called pain. There are also many black-clad bodyguards standing around the venue, distributed around, and they all have earphones on their ears that are common in Hollywood blockbusters. They are used to receive information. There is also a command center car in the distance monitoring inside, cooperating with the bodyguards here to do a good job of security. Of course, there is really no need for this. There are not so many gangsters who are unwilling to be lonely and come out to destroy the harmonious society like in Hollywood blockbusters. The waiters invited to the venue are all on standby. The chefs have prepared the food, and some are grilled meat. Zhou also took out a few cows. I believe that people who come to eat beef will be impressed. This environment should have a roast duck with green onions and spring roll wrappers on the side, and a chef sliced duck with some sauce. It will definitely taste good. Zhou looked at it for a while and started to think a little. The layout of the venue is the same as the renderings that Eli showed him, and he is still very satisfied with it. This is the first time to hold this auction. To be honest, it is really not very professional. I believe it feels like a party picnic, which is better than what he calls an auction. Originally, he wanted to organize this auction a long time ago, but he was too lazy to do it, and this time he happened to use that special watermelon to do it. But it was inevitable that he seemed to be in a hurry, so he was not very well prepared. So after all the hassles, it seemed that the dinner party was better than the auction. This also made him very strange, but since he had invited people, according to Zhou's habit of loving face, he could only let the guests eat and drink well. In this way, even if there were any shortcomings, everyone would be soft-mouthed. Therefore, in addition to beef, he also took out various vegetables grown in the farm, which were all watered with a lot of space water. The taste was absolutely impeccable. In addition, the chefs invited all had solid skills, and the food they made was much better than that of Zhou. As for the buffet, it was full of fragrance and fragrance. The chefs also found good ingredients, and they were happy and excited when they made them. Many foods were replaced by things from the farm. For example, the various fruit-flavored pies. Most of the raw materials were provided by Zhou's farm. In addition, no matter what aspect, water will be needed, so it must be the vitality water in the space, provided by Zhou. A large movable water truck was prepared in the farm. Zhou replaced most of the water in it with water in the space. Then he asked someone to drive it to the chef and the venue. This also makes the taste and texture of the food reach a special status. Even if the chef is not the top one and cannot take flowers and ingredients as the basis, he can still make the taste better under the modulation of space water. Although this auction feels more like a party and gathering, it unexpectedly attracted people. Zhou didn't know at this time that he would develop this model in the future. In the activities he held, there would not only be auctions, but also food to taste. Unexpectedly, this unfamiliar model became very popular later. Kenny is a pastoral with better food taste. Maybe the environment of his place is still quite attractive. Of course, the most important thing is that most of the people who come here are upper class people. The invitations sent by Zhou are rare, and the number of invitations sent out is limited. Many people who can't get it also like to come here, whether it is to broaden their horizons or to exchange some connections. This is not a bad place, and those rich people also come here for a purpose. Some people may come for some rare products of Zhou, and some people come for food. Delicious food and a relaxing environment have always attracted many people to come here. Over time, this has become a habit of the upper class in California. Coming here once or twice a year and spending a leisurely day is a good enjoyment for busy people. So, the exchanges between several families have increased a lot, but they have not started to implement some unfavorable behaviors against Zhou because of the difference in time and space. Of course, this is also thanks to the relationship between the guests and themselves, so they can turn big things into smiles and small things into small things. The weather in California is always so comfortable and suitable, especially in the most area where Zhou's farm is located. The temperature is also comfortable today, but there are 1 or 2 places that are converted to the temperature algorithm used in China, which is 20 degrees. Needless to say, the area where Sky Farm is located is close to the river. There is a Must River next to it, which connects to the Sinwakin River, making it dry all year round. Lake Maclu, which has almost become a lake in the farm, is connected to the Must River. So because of this river, it is considered to be connected in all directions. Zhao Jixi never thought that someone would take the waterway, but fortunately he invited professionals to take care of it. When Alina's team saw the partial scenery map of the farm, they saw this river, checked the estuary, and found that they could reach the farm by water. This discovery immediately reminded her that for a rich man like Zhao Jixi, the friends he invited could fully afford the yacht, not to mention buying a yacht. So soon, Alina also asked people to set up the dock in the farm. This actually worked, and a few of the guests actually came by yacht. This also made Zhao Jixi think more highly of this kind of professional talent. It turns out that a professional company that can charge so much money is different. These small things can also be considered for you, so you don't have to worry too much. Update Fast Pure Text Chapter 395. Goal, Sky Farm Advance. After several people arrived at the venue, they all got off the eco-friendly car. However, a younger brother who was responsible for driving the car to pick up guests ran over and drove the car away. However, Zhao Jixi didn't care much about these details. Guys, enjoy your food first. The food made by the chefs here tastes great, especially since the ingredients are provided and selected by me. Zhao Jixi said to several people first, and then he could only apologize to them and leave first. He is the host here today, and he has to greet the guests who have arrived. As for the few who came in the morning, Zhao Jixi could only say nothing. Some of them came yesterday. It seems that his auction is more attractive than Apple's sales. Haha, and the one who came is the popular idol, Justin Bieber. Well, you go ahead and do your work. We will enjoy the environment here. Yeah, Jess. But man, don't forget what you promised me. No need to ask, this is Justin Bieber's voice. Fortunately, this kid's expression is not so wretched, otherwise everyone knows what they are talking about. Looking at the questioning eyes of several people, Jay Chou shrugged his shoulders. Haha. Of course, we still have to discuss music, right? I obviously won't forget this matter. Right, Justin? Justin was stunned for a moment, and immediately nodded and said, oh, of course, of course. But why did Jay Chou feel that expression was to scumbag? Is this still the fallen Justin Bieber in the future? Damn, a small battle has become like this. No wonder he will have to pay for his romantic debt in the future. After a small episode, Jay Chou went to do his work with peace of mind. Zhou, who had been helping in the farm for a long time, also came over. You are indeed the big boss. Now, I'm just a small character running errands for you. You just came here in a hurry. Zhao Jixi hugged Zhou directly. Don't worry, Gigi, I still have to entertain guests. Besides, we have already invited professionals to do it. You and Atwood and others are here to help. Why do you need me? I can only make things worse. Zhou also hugged Zhao Jixi politely, looked at him with a smile and said, okay, you kid, I don't know what you are thinking. Okay, I won't talk to you now. Zhao Jixi took off her clothes and dragged her away. However, if Zhao Jixi didn't want to, Zhou couldn't pull her up with his weight. By the way, where is your female companion? Zhou suddenly remembered something and looked back. She found that she really didn't see the woman she had seen around Zhao Jixi. Zhao Jixi also frowned when he said this. He had called Nikki Hilton the day before yesterday, but she should have arrived a long time ago. Why hasn't she arrived yet? I'll call and ask what's wrong with this woman. I've told her everything, but she hasn't come yet. Zhao Jixi frowned slightly. He was originally not in a hurry, but now he became a little nervous. Zhou looked at Zhao Jixi's expression and didn't want him to quarrel with his girlfriend over this matter, although that person might not be considered a girlfriend. Okay, don't worry, call first, but talk nicely. Maybe she has encountered some trouble outside. Well, I'll try my best. Zhao Jixi took a deep breath and picked up the phone to dial. On Highway 40 in California, a car broke down on the road, and several girls looked at the car helplessly. It seems that it has been here for a while. Oh my god, Paris, didn't you check your so-called luxury car when you came out? Nikki Hilton said to her sister anxiously. Fuck, how could I know this problem would suddenly appear? Paris was obviously not in a good mood at this time. She kicked her pink sports car in anger. At this time, two gorgeous women in evening dresses were trapped here, and Nikki looked at her watch from time to time, looking very anxious, but now she could only wait for her friend, Olivia, to debug the car. I hope this girl can fix the car. If you look over your head, you can still see a girl in a close-fitting dress, who is doing something under the car. And her action at this time also exposed the small underwear she was wearing on her lower body. A lace close-fitting flesh-colored underwear is really tempting, but there is no naughty black hair next to it. I think this girl has shaved those hairs. This girl is not a simple person, otherwise she would not be able to mix with Nikki Hilton and Paris Hilton. In addition to her current career, she is also a socialite in the upper class, and her father is a real estate tycoon in New York State, USA. And she is also a girl who likes to work hard on her own. She is a model reality show star and a student at New York University. This is because of the invitation of Nikki Hilton, so she came to Jay Chou's farm. And now she is very manly, helping to repair the car. The two can only hope that God blesses them, and hope that Olivia can fix it. If I had known this, I might as well come by myself first. Really, now I think Jess must be complaining about why I haven't come yet. Nikki began to complain anxiously. She brushed her hair with her right hand. Oh my god, he told me about it yesterday, and I promised to be nice. Okay girl, we can definitely handle this, right? Although Paris is usually unreliable, she still looks like a sister at this moment, knowing how to comfort her sister. Moreover, she was the one who brought Nikki here in her car. Otherwise, Nikki might have taken a plane and come directly to the farm. Of course, this is also because she doesn't have an invitation letter from Jay Chou. Recently, she got the news that this auction is still very well known in the upper class in a small range. Especially the magical fragrance and magical watermelon given by Jay Chou. The taste is really great. This also made her very excited, and she wanted to come and see it, but she had no way. Who knew that her sister Nikki actually had an invitation letter? And the owner of this farm, she actually knew him, the oriental man who had attended the underwear party together before, and met at a charity auction, Jess Chou. After Paris ate the watermelon, she found that it was good for the skin. This was something that she was very interested in. Compared to cosmetics, she still felt that natural things were much better. She took a few of the watermelons that her sister Nikki brought back and enjoyed them slowly. There was also that magical fragrance, and the effect was even better. Compared to any aromatherapy, it was really much better. But she was not the kind of person who could keep her mouth shut. After her skin got better, she kept talking about it. Not only did she tell others about the fragrance, but also about the watermelon. There were not many things like this, and Nikki was reluctant to give Paris much, so it was even more impossible for Paris to share it with others. She just showed off the fragrance to her friends, and then happily put it away in the envy of everyone. Others should not even think about getting even a little from her. As for this watermelon, she did ask Nikki for a few pieces, which were enough for several girls to share. She thought that Jay Chou had a good relationship with her sister, and if she wanted watermelon, she could get it from Jay Chou through her sister. But after several friends tried it, they all thought that this watermelon was really good. Not only was it delicious, but it also had a skin improving effect. So they wanted to get some back, as Nikki was not short of money. During the break, she heard that there was an auction for this watermelon, and they planned to bid for more together, so that everyone could share it. Then Paris Hilton, whose sister had an invitation, came out as a representative for several people. This is how she plotted against Nikki. I feel like I can't relax. Ginny shook her head and ignored Paris, who was picking her up at the airport. She said to Olivia, who was working on the car, "How is it? Can you fix it?" After a while, Olivia replied in a clear voice, "Don't worry, Nikki, it's just a small problem. I can fix it right away. Really, don't worry too much, right? We still have time." Nikki felt relieved after hearing this, but at this moment, her cell phone rang. She was so sensitive that she was startled and immediately took out her cell phone to see that it was Zhou calling. In the Sky Farm, Zhou waited for a while before Nikki answered the phone. However, before Zhou spoke first, she said, "I'm sorry, Jess. My car broke down and is being repaired now. I'm so sorry. My god, I'm so anxious now. I really should have taken a plane to come here yesterday." Zhou wanted to curse, but Nikki had already said so. Besides, if he cursed, he couldn't say anything too bad to a woman. Okay, I get it, honey, don't be too nervous. Where are you now? If I can't figure it out, I'll send a car to pick you up. Nikki was very happy about JC's understanding. He's really a gentleman. She couldn't help but praise JC in her heart. Okay, Nikki, let's try it. Olivia, the girl under the car, came out at this moment, her face still a little oily, but she was a little excited. Oh my god, God bless you. Paris couldn't wait to get in the car after saying that, and first took the key to start it. Immediately, the roar of the car came out, and the car started slowly. Woo. Girls, hurry up and get up, we are leaving. Nikki turned around and shouted happily to the two people behind. Nikki excitedly hugged Olivia next to her. Wow, baby, you are really great. Of course. The girl also smiled proudly. The two girls ran in the sun, dragging their long tail skirts, and ran onto the pink sports car that was still moving slowly. Haha. Haha. The girls' backs now look so youthful and beautiful. So beautiful. Paris, girls, let's go. Our destination is Sky Farm. Jesse Zhou. Fast update pure text end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.